Chapter 907. Ha! Inside the tram traveling at a constant speed, Wu Yen yawned loudly, looking like he didn't get enough sleep. He sighed as he looked out of the tram window at the bright noon sky. Itagami Island's mornings sure are different. In other places, this kind of light and temperature would only appear in the afternoon, right? His casual remark was meant to start a conversation, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't get anyone to talk to him. Wu Yen stopped yawning. He frowned and looked at the seats in front of him. Nagisa and Yukaina were sitting there. Unlike before, their cheeks were rosy and their heads were lowered. They didn't say a word. Wu Yen found it strange. Yukina's reaction was normal, she's not the talkative type. But Nagisa's reaction was strange. This child is unusually talkative. Perhaps in the past, Nagisa would be more reserved in front of him. Due to her fear of demons, she would subconsciously avoid him. But after spending some time together, even though Nagisa still doesn't dare to get too close to him, her words are no different from her usual self. Could it be that Nagisa had finally accepted him, only to revert back to her original state? He blinked his eyes. Wu Yen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you two? You look weird." Nagisa and Yukaina tensed up when they heard Wu Yen's question. Their blush deepened. Wu Yen found it even more strange. "Are you feeling unwell? Cold? Or fever?" Puzzled, Wu Yen moved his head closer to the two girls. The two girls shrieked and they quickly left their seats. With a series of footsteps they left Wu Yen. Wu Yen's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay calm. "What are you two doing? Did I do something wrong?" Wu Yen is certain that something happened between Nagisa and Yukaina. No, it should be more accurate to say that they discovered something. Otherwise, Yukaina wouldn't be the only one. Nagisa might have distanced herself from Wu Yu, but her reaction wouldn't have been this big. Wu Yu had been paying attention to not provoke Nagisa, and the distance just now was within Nagisa's acceptable range. "What's wrong with you two?" Nagisa and Yukaina lowered their heads in embarrassment. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of walking back. They still maintained a certain distance from Wu Yen. Then two comments that Wu Yen couldn't accept came out of their mouths. "Pervert. Pervert. Ha!" Wu Yen opened his mouth wide in shock. Even his eyes couldn't help but stare blankly. "Why? Yukaina snorted. She didn't explain herself. He found a seat to the side and sat down. Only Nagisa stood there and hesitated for a moment before asking, "What's the matter?" "Sensei, Nagisa wants to ask you a question. You must answer honestly." When she said this, Nagisa's face was solemn, but her cheeks were flushed, which made her look even cuter. Wu Yen felt weird about it, but he nodded anyway. "Ask away, I'll tell you everything I can." Nagisa was afraid Wu Yen would change his mind. She nodded vigorously. "You and Kotori-chan are siblings, right?" "Of course." Wu Yen nodded without hesitation. Then, Nagisa took a deep breath. This time she looked nervous. "Are you biological siblings?" Yukaina perked up her ears at this question. Wu Yen looked confused, but he still answered honestly. "Not really, Kotori is kind of my little sister, my god-sister." Wu Yen chuckled in his heart. He added, "in various ways." However, Wu Yen's answer caused Nagisa's expression to crumble. Yukina's expression also looked much better. "What? So you're not biological siblings?" Wu Yen's head is full of question marks when he saw how relaxed the two are. "Why do you look relieved when we're not biological siblings? Why do you look like you can't accept it when we're biological siblings?" No. Nagisa and Yukaina quickly shook their heads. "Sensei, you're thinking too much." Yeah. After that, the two girls ignored Wu Yen, who is still scratching his head, and started chatting with each other. By the way, even if their performance returned to normal, they still didn't return to Wu Yen's side. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow, he's speechless. He turned to Koju, who was standing beside him. "What's going on with them?" "I don't know." Wu Yen isn't sure if it's just his imagination, but he felt like Koju's tone is filled with resentment. "I was attacked by an unknown force and I'm still angry about it." "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." "So I forget it. Why do you keep rubbing your eyes?" "I told you I don't know." And just like that, the trolleybus ride came to an end with Wu Yen scratching his head in confusion. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. It was still early and there was still some time before classes officially started. At the entrance of Kaihai Academy, uniformed students were walking on the road one after another. When they entered the school, the vitality that belonged to the students was very obvious here, making some teachers feel as if they had become much younger. Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju entered the school together. Koju is in the high school division while Nagisa and Yukaina are in the middle school division. Wu Yan is also teaching in the middle school division, so the three of them decided to separate from Koju. At this moment, an immature yet dignified voice floated in front of the four of them. The four of you coming to school together is quite an unexpected combination. Wu Yan and the other three were startled. They looked up and saw a petite girl with long straight hair dressed in a black goth costume holding a black lace fan. She looked at the four of them with an inexplicable smile. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed dryly and mumbled. What could be more surprising than a teacher who is less than 1.5 meters tall and 26 years old? Natsuki. The three of them could not help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Even Nayu had to choke back her laughter. The smile in her eyes vanished as she snorted coldly. Well, now that I think about it, this combination is more suitable than expected. A perverted senior who laid his hands on a junior and a perverted teacher who laid her hands on a student. Who laid her hands on a student? Koju shouted angrily. As a teacher, don't say weird things like that, Natsuki-chan. As soon as she said that, Natsuki smacked Koju's head with her fan, causing the half-baked ancestor to rub his head in a tragic manner. Don't add the word chan to a teacher's name. Natsuki looked at Koju with an extremely dissatisfied expression. Koju, who had suffered another heavy blow, could only nod with an aggrieved expression. Wu Yan was surprised and looked at Natsuki with a half-smile. Natsuki-chan, that sounds nice. If you dare to call me that, you're dead. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan with an expressionless face. However, the anger and threat in her eyes are clear as day. If you don't want to be an attack mage trainee for the rest of your life, forget what just happened. Okay. Wu Yan raised his hands in surrender. I promise I won't call you that. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and walked back to the school building. She said to Wu Yan, "Oh right, come find me tonight." "Oh," Natsuki said. Nagisa and Yukaina looked at Wu Yan like he was an animal. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Is there something you need? Yes. Of course I have something to talk to you about. Natsuki didn't care about the curious gazes around her and left after saying that. There's work, don't be late. Chapter 908. Nighttime. Nighttime in Itagami Island isn't peaceful. Demons are mostly active at night. After all, during the day they have to undergo research in Itagami City. Nocturnal demons are quite common among the demons, especially the vampires. They prefer to be active at night. Therefore, even though Itagami City's nighttime isn't considered the demon realm, the exposure rate of demons at night is much higher than during the day. Naturally, the nighttime when there are a large number of demons moving about is a lot less peaceful. However, this isn't the real problem of Itagami Island's nighttime. The real problem is that at this time of the year, the criminals are also unusually active. Tonight, in a dilapidated warehouse at the edge of the artificial island, Itagami Island, a group of beastmen from the demon race are having an undisclosed meeting. Standing at a vantage point in the warehouse, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes seemed to be able to see the secret meetings going on in the distance. He didn't know how long it took before he looked at Natsuki, who was standing beside him with a parasol in hand. It's not the right time to do so. Is this the job you were talking about? Natsuki nodded in agreement. Her deep blue eyes sparkled in the darkness of the night like a pair of stars, beautiful as a painting. Don't think this is just a small meeting. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan with a gaze that could see through his thoughts. She spoke in a flat voice. It's just a group of beastmen having an illegal activity. It's not something that requires us to show up. However, the beastmen there aren't ordinary people. Black Death Emperor faction. Natsuki's gem-like eyes flickered. She sounded a little concerned. That's a group of extremist beastmen. Their ultimate goal is to kill the first true ancestor and seize control of his territory. They want to break the Treaty of Sanctum. Wu Yan felt a little relieved after hearing Natsuki's explanation. The Treaty of Sanctum is the treaty that maintains the coexistence between humans and demons. It's the foundation of the Demon Special District. If the Treaty of Sanctum is broken, in that case, humans and demons no longer got along well, and demons no longer appeared in people's lives openly was secondary. If the impact was serious, it was very likely that the demons and humans would become enemies from now on. It might even trigger a war between humans and demons. In other words, the actions of this Black Death Emperor faction, the existence of the Demon Special District, the existence of Itagami City, and even the entire situation. I have no choice but to take this seriously. His expression gradually turned grave. Wu Yan's eyes also became serious. Seeing him like this, Natsuki laughed and shook her head. Even though the opponent is Black Death Emperor faction, you don't have to be so serious. The ones here are just the lower-level members. Plus, even if Black Death Emperor faction is here, Itagami City isn't a place that can be easily bullied. Natsuki paused and looked deeply at Wu Yan. I also don't think that the Black Death Emperor faction has the ability to make you take them seriously. Wu Yan's expression crumbled. He rolled his eyes at Natsuki, but she only chuckled. Our goal this time is to take down the Black Death Emperor faction's officers. It would be best if we can get information from them about the mastermind behind this riot, Christopher Kardashian. The location of Gardos. Natsuki raised her head, her voice became low. And their goal? Wu Yan nodded. He and Natsuki looked at the warehouse in the distance. Smoke rose from the corner of the warehouse. Flames blew away the doors of the warehouse. The sound of explosions echoed. Under Wu Yan and Natsuki's gaze, the heavily armed Itagami City guards launched a surprise attack. The rusty iron pillars creaked under the weight of the heavy load, and the stacked wooden boxes swayed under the dim moonlight. Faint gunshots echoed in the air like firecrackers. The Itagami City guards are armed with special firearms and bullets. They can seal off the demon's regenerative ability and easily break through the demon's demonic energy. This time they're using special bullets specifically designed to deal with beastmen. Normal beastmen can't possibly stand a chance against the guards armed with such weapons. The walls of the warehouse were destroyed one by one. The orcs, who were once invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, could not even put up a fight against the guards. Screams of agony and gunshots rang out. The battle was over in less than 2 minutes. After the smoke dissipated, orcs could be seen lying on the ground in layers in the distant warehouse. There was no blood on their bodies, but there was light smoke rising from their bodies, indicating the damage they had suffered. The beastmen that fell here were all unregistered demons that hadn't been registered. Based on this point alone, the guards had enough reason to arrest them. Of course they didn't die. The vitality of the orcs couldn't be compared to that of the vampires, but it was still much stronger than that of humans. It was impossible to kill them with just this level of damage. The guards could only immobilize them. At this point, the battle was basically over. The guards also started to wrap things up, intending to arrest all the orcs present. But at this moment, an uninjured leopard-headed orc with a robust body and neat black fur suddenly jumped out, roaring angrily as he escaped from the scene. Not good. We missed something. Chase him. A commotion broke out at the scene. Natsuki, who was standing at the top of the warehouse, exclaimed in surprise. Then she started mocking him. I didn't think you'd have the ability to escape from a hail of bullets. Black Death Emperor faction, I'll give you some praise. Natsuki raised her parasol and said to Wu Yan, Let's go, we'll catch the fish that escaped the net. Wu Yan nodded lightly. Just as he was about to take a step forward, his body stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with a hint of emotion as he turned his head to the side. What's wrong? Natsuki stopped when she saw Wu Yan's reaction. She turned around and followed Wu Yan's gaze. Natsuki was stunned by what she saw. In front of their eyes, a large yacht is slowly moving in the middle of the sea. The yacht is much larger than an average ship. It looks luxurious like a noble on a cruise. The yacht is heading towards Itagami Island. That ship. Natsuki frowned, her expression changed for a split second. Wu Yan saw this and he asked her in a soft voice. Do you know that yacht? Natsuki stared at the yacht for a long time before she pursed her lips. Rather than saying I know the yacht, I know what's on it. Natsuki shifted her gaze to Wu Yan after she finished speaking. What? Are you interested? Well, you can say that. Wu Yan chuckled in an unreadable tone. There seems to be an incredible existence on that yacht. Indeed, that guy isn't simple. Natsuki didn't deny it and met Wu Yan's gaze. Don't tell me you want to meet him? Wu Yan pondered for a moment and shrugged with a smile. You can say that. I'm interested in an existence that can make my blood flow a little more active. Active. Natsuki narrowed her eyes and said seriously. Just active? Wu Yan didn't answer Natsuki, he waved at her. I'll leave that to you, I'll go take a look. Wu Yan disappeared after saying that. Natsuki stood there quietly. She ignored the fleeing beast man. She kept looking at the direction Wu Yan disappeared in. Her eyes were filled with emotions that no one could tell what she was thinking. Active, is it? Nayu muttered as if she was sleep-talking. Not long after, Nayu returned to her original state. She turned around and faced the direction of the escaping beastmen. That guy is also a vampire, but he can only make your blood flow more active. Wu Yan, I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of existence you are. After all, he's said to be the closest existence to a true ancestor. Chapter 909. In the middle of the night, a large yacht broke through the waves and slowly approached the man-made island called Itagami City. Oceanus Grave. That's the name of the yacht. At this time, on the deck of the yacht, a Western-style handsome man wearing a white suit, with short blonde hair and a pair of blue pupils stood at the forefront. Looking at the gradually approaching coast, a strange smile appeared on his face. It's an excited and bloodthirsty smile. Is that the Demon Special District, Itagami City? The handsome man's lips curled up, greed flashed in his eyes. That's right, greed, as if he's thirsting for something. The fourth primogenitor, Akatsuki Koju, is on that island? After taking one last look at Itagami City, the handsome man shifted his gaze away. He didn't come here for the demon race, but for the existence known as the strongest vampire in the world. Itagami Island, in his eyes, without the fourth primogenitor, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. Compared to his fief, Itagami City doesn't have much to show for it. The handsome man is the envoy of Europe's War King domain, the first primogenitor, the forgotten War King, bestowed the title of Duke of Erudiaro. He's also a direct descendant of the first primogenitor. He's a pure-blood vampire. And a pure-blooded vampire from the old generation. Of course. His strength was much stronger than ordinary pure-blooded vampires of the old generation. This was because he was one of the very few vampires who possessed special abilities. It was also because of this special ability that he was extremely powerful. He even used this ability to devour 2 second-generation vampire elders. In terms of bloodline, he's second only to the primogenitor. In terms of strength, he's the closest to the primogenitor. No matter how you look at it, he's the number 1 vampire below the primogenitor. That's why he's the first primogenitor's most trusted aide. He's also the first primogenitor's trusted aide. Unfortunately, he didn't come to Itagami City on the orders of his king, he came for selfish reasons. Raise your hand. The handsome man swirled the wine in his hand. Inside. The scarlet-red wine followed his movements and rose and fell with the waves under the yacht, creating circles of bloody ripples, as if indicating the arrival of a bloody storm. The atmosphere in the room is a little eerie. At a certain moment, the pretty boy's hand movements suddenly stopped. His originally calm eyes once again flashed with a trace of emotion. An interesting smile appeared on his face as he slowly turned around. Before he knew it, a figure had appeared in front of him. The pretty boy was absolutely certain that there hadn't been anything there at all a second ago. The figure appeared out of thin air and stared at him with a pair of wine-red eyes. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face, but in his eyes, there was the same expression as the pretty boy. That expression was interesting. The newcomer is Wu Yan. Was that a spatial teleportation magic? The handsome man chuckled. Are you sure? Wu Yan looked at the handsome man. Maybe it's a space-type superpower, or maybe it's atomization. Unfortunately, I know a witch who specializes in this kind of magic. The handsome man shook his head. That's why I'm quite familiar with spatial teleportation magic. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and shrugged, acknowledging the handsome man's words. The handsome man's interest was piqued. If I'm not mistaken, you're a vampire, right? The handsome man asked with interest. I've never heard of a vampire who can use spatial teleportation magic to such an extent. If you hear about it, I am going to have a headache. Wu Yan pursed his lips. I see. The handsome man didn't mind, he continued with a smile. Then you are. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. As you said, I'm a vampire. Then what's your purpose? Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest. I'm just here to take a look. The handsome man narrowed his eyes, he stared at Wu Yan for a while, the interest in his eyes turned into displeasure. He didn't think he could get any information from Wu Yan. He waved his hand impatiently, his movements were quite elegant. If that's the case, it's about time for you to leave, nameless vampire. With that, a surge of mana surged from the handsome man's body. Then, a giant snake radiating purple light and a scorching heat came out of the magic vortex. It shot out like an arrow without any warning. It opened its huge jaws and bit at Wu Yan. Translator's thoughts: Noodletown, 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 Noodletown. The serpent's level of magic was far from being a familiar of a pure-blooded vampire, let alone a familiar of a vampire that was close to a true ancestor. A familiar of this level is nothing more than a random item the handsome man released. However, even if it was a weaker vampire from the old generation, he would still be half dead after taking a hit from it. If a human was hit by it, let alone an ordinary human, even a powerful attack mage would not be able to escape death. Obviously, in the pretty boy's eyes, Wu Yan is just a stray dog that barked a few times during a journey. Since there's no way to interest him, then he's free to go, there's no need for the owner's approval. The reason he released his familiar is because he doesn't want to talk to Wu Yan anymore. He wants to chase him away, that's all. As for Wu Yan's survival, it has nothing to do with him. As the closest vampire to a primogenitor, the blood on his hands is enough to form a lake. Even if it's not enough to form an ocean, killing one or two of his kind is nothing to him. But this time the handsome man miscalculated. The person in front of him did appear out of nowhere, but he's not a stray dog. In terms of bloodline, the handsome man is of a higher rank than the vampire closest to a primogenitor. That's because the handsome man is a true primogenitor. Looking at the menacing serpent coming at him with the momentum of a mountain, the mana ripples it emits are much stronger than a high-level magician's. But to the handsome man it's nothing but trash. To Wu Yan it's trash among trash. Wu Yan didn't even bother to look at the snake, he didn't even bother to move his hands. He stood there motionlessly. Wu Yan's mana was so dense that the pretty boy who was about to turn away froze in place. Wu Yan's mana burst out from his body and he rammed into the giant snake like a wall that collided with a wall. Boom. There was no stalemate, no collision. The serpent was crushed into pieces by the sheer amount of mana. Not even a trace of mana was left behind, it was crushed into nothingness. The handsome man's eyes widened when he saw this. His gaze landed on Wu Yan. This is the first time he's looking at the handsome man since Wu Yan appeared. Although the familiars were nothing to him, his opponent didn't even need to use them. Instead, he used his mana to neutralize the familiars. It was obvious who was stronger in this simple exchange of blows. You. Seeing that the pretty boy is finally looking at him in the eye, Wu Yan lost interest. He had only come here to see what kind of existence could make his blood throb a little. And now he had seen this person, and from the beautiful man's words and Nayu's words, he could guess that Nayu definitely knew him. As for the rest, he'll just have to ask Natsuki when he gets back. With that in mind, Wu Yan didn't feel like staying any longer. What a rude way to send a guest off. Well, I've achieved my goal. I'll leave even if you don't send me off. With that, Wu Yan planned to leave. But this time it's the handsome man who won't let him go. Please forgive my rudeness. The pretty boy said such a sentence without the slightest bit of apology. His tone was full of fanatical fighting spirit. Since you're here, why don't you stay and have some fun? Isn't it interesting? Chapter 9-10. Interesting, isn't it? Unlike his previous tone, which was like a formality at this moment, the pretty boy's words carried a clear fanaticism that reverberated back and forth along with his voice, sending chills down one's spine. It was as if he had found something very valuable, and did not conceal his thoughts at all. His eyes were filled with a glint of pleasant surprise. It was obvious that the pretty boy had completely taken note of this vampire who had appeared out of nowhere. Wu Yan was just about to teleport away when he heard the other party's words. His mana stopped moving and he frowned as he looked at the pretty boy. When he saw the fervent fighting spirit in the pretty boy's eyes, he bitterly laughed. I almost forgot that you're an old vampire as well. The lifespan of a vampire was too long. For those old generation vampires who had lived for an unknown amount of time and were bored to death, fighting was a very good way to pass the time. The handsome man in front of him was one of them. Looking straight at the pretty boy with a smile on his face, Wu Yan shook his head. In his eyes, the system's perception flashed. Dmitrii? Vatler, level 83. The handsome man Vatler didn't know his identity was exposed. He opened his arms as if he wanted to hug the ocean. He smiled brightly. My name is Dmitrii? Vatler, I was fortunate enough to receive the title of Duke of Erudia from my ancestor, the Forgotten Warlord. Nice to meet you, unknown vampire. Vatler? You seem quite famous. Wu Yan smirked as he waved his hand. I don't have a background as big as yours. Well, just call me Wu Yan. Wu Yan. Vatler lowered his head as he tried to recall if he had heard this name before. Of course, he couldn't remember anything about it. However, that didn't stop the fanaticism in his heart. It didn't matter if he was famous or not. He didn't mind if Vattler wanted the title of Duke. As long as Vattler had the power to make him happy, anything was fine. I'll remember your name for now. Vattler looked up. The golden bangs in front of his forehead drew an arc of light. His smile was full of excitement. As for whether I'll remember it or not. His voice grew louder. Vattler laughed. That depends on whether you can survive or not. Mana surged out of the white suit, and the sudden burst of mana caused the fragile deck to crack. The scale of the mana was at least 10 times stronger than the familiar he released earlier. Once he decided to attack, Vattler wouldn't show any mercy. As a battle maniac, this was the most basic principle of his life. Sagra. Vattler called out. The familiar in his blood awakened and took form in his mana. Orochi coiled out of his body like a sea serpent covered in blue scales. Its sinister snake eyes stared at Wu Yan's as it hissed. Hiss, the screeching sound turned into a sonic wave. Along with the turbulent airflow, it blasted at Wu Yan. His hooded black coat fluttered in the wind, his hair fluttered in the wind. Around him, pieces of the deck started cracking as the pieces were sent flying. They broke through the air and landed on the hull of the ship behind him. Like bullets, they shot holes in the hull with smoke coming out of them. Only a familiar like this was worthy of the title of the strongest vampire below the primogenitor. Saw. Vattler licked his lips as a cruel smile appeared on his face. Let's begin. Leisure activities for the journey. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Wu Yan ignored the wind that could blow a giant away. His gaze was fixed on the sea serpent familiar. He sized it up and smiled. Looks like this trip wasn't all for nothing. Unlike Vattler's violent mana, Wu Yan's mana surged like water from a dam. It enveloped his entire body. At least I can confirm that you're no ordinary vampire, Vattler. Same to you. His smile widened, then turned cold. Go, Sagra. Hiss. The blue sea serpent hissed. Vattler's mana surged. The sea serpent opened its mouth and shot out a high-pressure jet of water. It reached Wu Yan in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His body shifted. Bang. The mana around him twisted and turned into a white flame. It replaced the flow of mana and protected Wu Yan. Chi. The high-pressure water flow hit the white flame head-on. The collision of water and fire made a slight sound. Thick white smoke rolled up from the contact between the two at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, it had already spread to the entire deck. In an instant, the entire huge yacht was shrouded in white smoke. Vattler's body flickered with blue mana and blew away the smoke. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Wu Yan's white flame. He managed to block Sagra's attack without even using his familiars? Or is the flame your familiar? Vattler's face didn't reveal the slightest bit of doubt as he asked the question. Instead, there was only joy on his face. Which one is it? The white flames enveloped Wu Yan's body in a gentle manner. His unfathomable smile could be clearly seen in the flames. Why don't you take a guess, Vattler? Just what I wanted. Vattler grinned. The blue light around him expanded. Nantua. Ba Nantua. Amidst the blue light, two serpent bodies armed with sharp blades appeared amidst the distortion of magic power and entangled with each other, controlling three familiars at once. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His expression turned serious. Most vampires could only control one familiar beast at a time. This was the same for older vampires. As the host grew, the familiar beast would grow as well. Only a small number of powerful vampires could summon two familiar beasts at once. As for controlling three at once, not even pure-blooded vampires of the older generation can do it. This Vattler. Wu Yan sighed. Of course it wasn't out of fear. He's releasing three familiars on a fragile yacht. Isn't he afraid of destroying the ship? You don't have to worry about that. Vattler seemed to have heard Wu Yan's mutterings. He brushed his bangs away without a care. I still have a few good subordinates on this ship. It won't be a problem for them to protect this ship. Your Excellency, just go all out. Otherwise it will be meaningless. Well, that has nothing to do with me. Wu Yan shrugged. It's not like the ship is mine. Before he could finish his sentence, the three ferocious snakes opened their huge mouths one after another. Mana whirlpools fluctuated inside, and the atmosphere surged over as if the three snakes were devouring the air. With a swing of their bodies, three shockwaves swept out at the same time, bombarding the white flames. In an instant, the white flames swelled slightly and wrapped around the three vortexes. It attacked them like sulfuric acid and completely disintegrated them. Amazing. Amazing. Vatler wasn't surprised that his attack was ineffective. Instead, he covered his face and laughed maniacally. I didn't think I'd get such an amazing gift the moment I got here. Vatler's smile widened. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and raised it above his head. A strange wave of mana was emitted from his palm, instantly surging into the two giant snakes armed with blades. You have the right to make me use this ability. Look closely, this is the trump card I rely on to survive. Vatler laughed excitedly. Two giant snakes armed with blades flew into the sky. Their slender bodies intertwined with each other and they merged into a flaming silver dragon under Wu Yan's astonished gaze. Psst. The silver dragon hissed at Wu Yan. Fused familiars. Wu Yan was shocked. Chapter 9-11. On the rooftop deck of the huge luxury yacht, a silver dragon burning with flames and a sea serpent glowing with blue light lined up together. The lower end of their bodies coiled around the hull of the yacht, while the upper end swung back and forth. Their huge mouths opened and closed, letting out roars that shook the atmosphere. Wu Yan stared at the roaring silver dragon in front of him. He could feel a tremendous amount of mana coursing through the dragon's body. The sea around the yacht churned violently. The scale of the mana wasn't as great as that of a primogenitor, but it wasn't something a pure-blooded vampire of the old generation could possess. A familiar fusion. Wu Yan sighed. He finally understood why a vampire who wasn't a primogenitor could make his primogenitor blood throb. With the ability to fuse familiars, Vatler had surpassed ordinary vampires. He was close to the level of a primogenitor. If not for his bloodline, if Vatler was a primogenitor, then with his ability to fuse familiars, he would be the strongest vampire outside of the fourth primogenitor who had awakened. Vatler. Wu Yan repeated the name several times. He chuckled. It was a strange laugh. As though it was infuriated by Wu Yan's laughter, Silver Dragon shot out of its body without any warning. Its flaming body was like a train on fire. Amidst the sonic booms that caused the air to tremble, it charged forward like a meteor falling from the sky. It was heading straight for Vatler. Wu Yan finally made his move in the face of the familiar's attack. Raising his right hand, the mana in his body flowed faster along with his blood flow. The white flames on his body rippled like water and surged towards Wu Yan's hand. At this moment, the color of the white flames on his hand turned darker and darker. But it was like swatting a mosquito. The hand covered in white flames swatted across the air. In an extremely casual manner, it slammed into the huge body of the fused familiar. The silver dragon's roar came to an abrupt halt. Its ferocious eyes still reflected Wu Yan's figure. The white flames on its hand burned fiercely. Vatler charged towards the silver dragon. The white flames on its body completely replaced the flames on its body. Then the familiar disappeared. That's right. It disappeared. Ugh. Vatler's pupils shrank. He couldn't react in time. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The magic power in his body leaked out. That flame. Vatler's gaze landed on the white flames in Wu Yan's hand. He finally realized how extraordinary they were. You fused my familiar. Vatler's frenzied expression was gone. Vatler's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at Wu Yan. Who are you? Are you? Vatler's unique ability was to fuse familiars. It was because of this ability that he was able to subdue two second-generation vampire elders with superior bloodlines. Otherwise, with the strict bloodline hierarchy of vampires, challenging someone with a superior bloodline was a death sentence. After all, blood was a vampire's power. Without this ability, vampires with lower bloodlines were no match for vampires with higher bloodlines. But now, Vatler had the highest bloodline below a true ancestor and had fused with familiars. Apart from a true ancestor, no other vampire could be stronger than him. Wu Yan, on the other hand, can wipe out his familiar. This proved that either he also had a special ability, or his bloodline was far superior to his. A primogenitor. Only a primogenitor could have a higher bloodline than Vatler. But that was impossible. There were only 4 primogenitors. Wu Yan couldn't help but snicker when he saw Vatler wavering. His snicker woke Vatler up. Vatler clenched his teeth, his expression turning cold. A surge of destructive mana, much stronger than when he fused with the familiar, gushed out of his body. Sagara. Nantua. Bonantuo. Amidst the cold voice, the blue sea snake and the twin snakes armed with blades appeared out of thin air. They coiled around Vatler's violent magic flow and intertwined with each other. A dazzling light flashed and the 3 giant snakes fused together. A four-legged golden horned dragon slowly emerged from the light. Vatler had fused with 3 familiars. "You win if you take it," Vatler declared coldly. It was as if he had removed all emotions from his voice, but at the same time, it seemed to contain some unknown emotion. "If you can't take it, then die." There were only 4 primogenitors in this world. It was impossible for a 5th primogenitor to exist. However, it wasn't a problem for Vatler to find out who his opponent was. It didn't matter if the vampire in front of him was a primogenitor or not. If he really was a primogenitor, then he should be able to take on Vatler's 3 fused familiars at full power. If he wasn't, then he would die here. It was that simple. Vatler was confident that only a primogenitor could take on his fused familiars. If his opponent was a vampire with the same special ability as him, then he wouldn't be unharmed even if he took on the attack. At that time, the heavily injured opponent would have no choice but to allow himself to be killed. That was indeed the case. Wu Yan's expression changed when he sensed the violent mana from the golden dragon. A familiar of this level isn't far from a primogenitor's level. If he doesn't use his full power, it'll be as Vatler said. He'll die if he can't take on the attack. Though, as a primogenitor he can't die. Fused familiars? Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. The fusion of 3 familiars is already a lot stronger than Koju, who only has 1 familiar. Wu Yan can't afford to be careless. Well, that's fine too. The white flame on his hand slowly extinguished. Wu Yan lifted his head and he looked at the golden dragon that blocked his vision. A thick mist of blood rose from his body. Vatler's expression changed when he sensed a monstrous amount of mana. "I've never released you before." Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's talking to someone. "Let's enjoy ourselves today." Wu Yan abruptly opened his eyes. Inside his eyes, his golden pupils burned with a radiant light like a torch. "Descend." The sound, which was as thin as a drop of water, vibrated slightly and turned into an echo that spread out. On the yacht sailing in the dark sea, suddenly, a burst of white flames erupted like a tidal wave pouring down from the sky. Boom, the roar that shook the heavens and earth, with the yacht as the center, brought along a frenzied atmosphere and turned into an impact that could destroy everything. It landed on the entire ocean like thunder. In an instant, a circle of waves that were more than 10 meters high suddenly exploded and swept in all directions, causing the sea level to drop a little. It was like a volcanic eruption. After an unknown amount of time, the surface of the sea returned to calm. The turbulence in the atmosphere also subsided. The white flames disappeared, revealing the yacht within. Miraculously, the white flames did not burn the fragile yacht into nothingness. It wasn't that it couldn't do it, it just didn't want to. It was as if nothing had happened at all. On the deck of the yacht, Wu Yan is no longer there. Vatler is the only one left. However, he doesn't look as carefree as before. His clothes are tattered and his skin is rotten. The skin on his face is gone. All that's left is a bloody, tattered body that looked like it was skinned alive. Ha 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 ha. Ha, Vatler didn't care about his recovering body. He laughed like a madman. His laughter was filled with joy and mockery. The 5th primogenitor? Spitting out blood, Vatler ignored his panicked subordinates who ran in from the entrance. He used a voice that only he could hear and a laughter that everyone could hear. He laid on the deck covered in blood and laughed like a madman. The yacht is still cruising towards Itagami Island. Chapter 9:12. Huge waves came crashing down on the streets of Itagami Island's harbor. The salty water washed away the heavy metal crates and washed away the smoke in the air. Then the waves slowly receded and returned to the sea. Standing on top of a high-end metal box, Natsuki held a parasol and looked at the yacht that had just burst into flames with a familiar color. She watched as the yacht gradually sailed over, and her blue eyes flashed with an unpredictable light. Behind her, on top of a metal bridge, a leopard-shaped beastman was locked in place by glowing purple chains. The chains swayed left and right like a pendulum. Don't think that it was just a glowing chain. It was a chain forged by the gods and was called the Chain of Discipline. It wasn't impossible to break free from it, but without strength equal to or above Nayu, it was almost impossible to break free, let alone an ordinary orc. Therefore, Nayu wasn't worried that the orc would escape. However, the reason she didn't pay attention to the captured beastman isn't because she believes in her chains of discipline. Compared to the beastman, what's happening in front of her is more important. Natsuki watched as the white flames dissipated. She tightened her grip on the parasol. Her eyes are calm but her brows are furrowed. Natsuki expected Wu Yan to fight with the snake charmer Vatler when he planned to board the yacht. However, the magical energy she sensed from the yacht still made her nervous. In terms of strength, Natsuki is definitely on the same level as Vatler. Vatler is an immortal, pure-blooded vampire from the old generation. Natsuki isn't a normal person either. She's a witch. She can form a contract with a demon and become their guardian. She can use the same abilities as the demon. As a human, she can gain magical energy that can rival a superior demon. His magic skills could even surpass the highest level of magicians. Natsuki is such an existence. She might really fight. Vatler, who can fuse with familiars, should be stronger than Natsuki. However, he won't be able to do anything to her. It was also because of this that Natsuki knew how strong Vatler was. If Wu Yen were to fight him, even if Natsuki saw Wu Yen summon 2 terrifying familiars, she can't say for sure that Wu Yen can beat Vatler. After all, Vatler is the strongest vampire below the level of a primogenitor. Wu Yen is also a vampire. It's not impossible for him to beat Vatler. However, Natsuki doesn't think it's possible unless he's a primogenitor. He has to be a complete primogenitor, unlike Koju who hasn't fully awakened. But is that possible? Nayu did not say a word. She simply stood there and looked at the yacht until a voice sounded from behind her. "Oh, you're done?" "Too slow," Natsuki said without hesitation. "Don't you know we still have work to do?" "Well," Wu Yen scratched his face. "I didn't have a choice. You know that Vatler is no ordinary vampire." Natsuki snorted and turned around. She raised an eyebrow when she saw Wu Yen unharmed. "Look at you, I don't see how much effort you put in. We should thank them for that." Wu Yen couldn't help but grin at this point. "I thought I understood them well enough. I didn't expect them to be stronger than I expected. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to beat Vatler without paying a price." Natsuki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen with an unfathomable gaze. "You're saying you can beat Vatler even without familiars?" Wu Yen's smile froze. He looked at Natsuki. "Would you believe me if I said yes? Vampires' strength lies in their ability to control familiars. Without familiars, vampires are nothing." Now Wu Yen is saying that he can defeat Vatler, the vampire closest to a primogenitor, even without a familiar. He might even become a laughingstock if this gets out. Natsuki couldn't bring herself to smile. Natsuki lowered her head in silence. Wu Yen looked at her without saying anything. At some point, Natsuki pursed her lips and walked towards the beastman. "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, just don't cause trouble for me." Wu Yen blinked and shrugged. The beastman who was hanging on the bridge was slowly released by the chains that seemed to have a mind of their own. He collapsed in front of Wu Yen and Natsuki. Natsuki knocked on her parasol when she saw the leopard-headed beastman. "When we get back, let's have the guards interrogate it and see if they can find out why the Black Death Emperor faction is here." "Interrogate?" Wu Yen rubbed his chin and he suddenly said. "Rather than letting the guards interrogate him who might not be able to get anything out of him, why don't I do it?" "You?" Natsuki flinched. She asked in confusion. "You know how to interrogate?" "I don't know how to interrogate." Wu Yen walked in front of the leopard-headed beastman and flicked its head. "However, I do know how to read memories." "You know how to read memories?" Natsuki's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then the Black Death Emperor faction's purpose in coming to Itagami City might be revealed. It's not a very advanced tactic. It can only be used against opponents far weaker than the user. Wu Yen smiled at Natsuki. "Now that we are using it against this average beastman, it should come in handy." Natsuki nodded and she backed off. She wanted Wu Yen to deal with this. Wu Yen didn't hesitate. He extended his hand and he closed his eyes. He started channeling his mana and a magic formation that looked like a coat of arms appeared on his palm. It glowed faintly and a magic formation that looked like an emblem appeared on his palm. Wu Yen reached out and grabbed the leopard-headed beastman's head. The faint light shone brightly. Natsuki tilted her head to avoid the blinding light. Soon the light dimmed. When Natsuki looked back, Wu Yen had let go of the leopard-headed beastman's head and opened his eyes. However, his brows were deeply furrowed. Natsuki knew that Wu Yen must have gotten his hands on some useful information. "What did you get?" "Yes." Wu Yen nodded and looked at Natsuki. "The purpose of the Black Death Emperor faction, or rather, Christophe Garcia? The purpose of the Black Death Emperor faction is to obtain an ancient weapon called Nalakuvara." "Wait." Natsuki interrupted Wu Yen. "You said Nalakuvara? What?" Wu Yen was surprised. "Do you know about it?" "You can say that." Natsuki sounded a little concerned. It's a weapon from the age of the gods that has destroyed countless civilizations in the past. It's a very dangerous thing. However, it's understandable that a group of terrorists would want to get their hands on such a dangerous thing. The ancient weapon seems to be on this artificial island. Wu Yan said. The Black Death Emperor faction seems to have taken it away. They're trying to figure out how to control it. This beast man came here because of this. He cooperated with the people trying to figure out how to control it and launched a terrorist attack on Itagami Island to tell the people that the Black Death Emperor faction is still alive and well. What a terrorist. Natsuki shook her head. However, if the Black Death Emperor faction's goal is really Nalakuvula, then it's useless. The slate that records the control method is a piece of trash that even the linguists and magic organizations in the world can't decipher even if they gather together. Just in case, let's take care of those who tried to decipher the method. You should be able to retrieve their memories, right? Wu Yan nodded. Under Natsuki's lead, he left with the beast man. Along the way, Wu Yan remained silent. He has a nagging feeling that something isn't right. Chapter 9:13. Itagami Island, Southern District, Residential Street. In an average-sized apartment, Kotori was standing by a window in thin pajamas, gazing at the scenery outside. The silver moonlight shone on her, highlighting her slender figure like a painting. Her delicate and adorable face was tinged with a hint of maturity that shouldn't have appeared on her innocent face. However, it didn't seem contradictory, as if she was born this way, which was quite puzzling. The sea breeze blew in through the open window. Kotori's long hair fluttered in the wind, reflecting the darkness of the night. Her mature aura seemed to have blended into the night, looking very beautiful. This scene lasted for 10 minutes before it was broken by a slightly breathtaking voice. Kotori-chan, you're so cute. Kotori's face fell. She looked at Nagisa, who was looking at her with excitement, and shook her head. Nagisa-chan is cute too. Hey, don't say that, it's embarrassing. Nagisa blushed. She made an embarrassed expression. Kotori laughed seductively. You're the one who made fun of me first. I didn't make fun of you. Nagisa retorted. Nagisa is telling the truth. She turned around and looked at Yukaina, who was sitting across from her, and asked, Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Yukina-chan? Yeah. Yukaina nodded without hesitation. Kotori is cute. Oh. Kotori didn't deny it, she dragged her words. Her smile was seductive as usual. What about Nagisa? Nagisa is cute too. Nagisa blushed and puffed up her cheeks in embarrassment. She quickly changed the topic. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Oh right, Kotori-chan, is sensei back yet? Kotori's smile faded and she nodded. He said he had work to do and went out with Natsuki. Indeed. Yukaina thought about what happened in the morning and said, This morning I was in a very bad mood. Earlier, Nagisa-sensei said he had work to do. He asked Wu Yan-sensei to look for him at night. It seems like it's something important. Being an attack mage is so hard. Nagisa slumped on the table listlessly. She waved her hand. Sensei is a vampire. Why did he become an attack mage? There must be a reason. Yukaina thought for a bit. Otherwise, the average demon wouldn't want to become an attack demon master. Nagisa nodded as if she understood. She asked Kotori. Even Kotori-chan doesn't know why Sensei became an attack mage? Who knows, maybe it's because vampires have too much free time. Maybe he became an attack mage to pass the time. Kotori gave an answer and sat down next to Nagisa. How old is Sensei? Nagisa stood up and asked excitedly, Aren't there many vampires who look young on the surface but have lived for a long, long time? Sensei too? Was it because he was very old? Is he older than the old Sensei he replaced? Speaking of which, Sensei said he was 26 years old on the first day, is that true? Don't make wild guesses. Seeing Nagisa asking questions at a rapid pace, even Kotori felt a headache coming on. Oniai-san isn't young, but he's only in his 20s. He hasn't lived as long as you think. Oh, so he's really only in his 20s. Nagisa was disappointed. Kotori didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 26 years old isn't enough to satisfy you? 26 years old. Yukaina lowered her head, her eyes flashing. A 26-year-old vampire can stop Senpai's familiar in one hit? The fourth primogenitor's familiar. 26 years old is considered young among the vampires. Even a pureblood wouldn't be able to stop a primogenitor's familiar in one hit. Let alone one hit. Koju may be the fourth primogenitor, but he's still not a complete primogenitor. Even a pureblood wouldn't be a match for a young vampire. This sensei is mysterious in all aspects. Kotori-chan is 15 years old, Wu Yen sensei is 26. Nagisa fiddled with her little finger and looked at Kotori with an odd expression. Then isn't there a 10-year age difference between the two of you? Yeah. Kotori tilted her head in confusion. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Nagisa jumped up in an exaggerated manner, her face turned red as she yelled. Kotori-chan is only 15 years old. 15 years old? How could sensei do something like that to you? Something like that? Kotori was taken aback at first. When she realized what Nagisa was talking about, her face immediately turned red. She jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nagisa-chan. It's a misunderstanding. It's not what you see. Kotori-chan. Don't try to lie to Nagisa, I'm not a child, I don't know anything. As a young girl, Nagisa was embarrassed to talk about this but she still said. Nagisa noticed, Kotori-chan, your posture when you walked today was very wrong. Kotori was instantly dumbstruck. Her pretty face was dyed a bright rose red, and there were even tears at the corners of her eyes. She shook her head with all her might. That's. Look. Nagisa pointed at Kotori's face as if she discovered a new continent. Don't try to deny it when your face is so red. Kotori whimpered, she couldn't say anything else. She lowered her red face in frustration, her heart was filled with hatred. It's all that damned Koju's fault, how dare he barge in like that? Does he think he can just barge in without locking the door? Do you think you're the main character? You'll get benefits for barging in, don't let me catch you or else. Koju, who was showering in his bathroom, felt a chill down his spine. Nagisa-chan. Yukaina was already embarrassed. She pulled back Nagisa, who was about to attack again. Stop it, it's so embarrassing. But I'm curious. Nagisa was shy but her shyness didn't cover up her curiosity. She crawled to Kotori's side and asked in a mosquito-like voice. Hey Kotori-chan, how does it feel to be with your brother? Kotori let out a strange cry, and her eyes were already circling. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer, and her head tilted back as she fainted on the ground. Kotori-chan. Two cries of surprise rang out from room 703 of the apartment. On the other side, in a hidden research facility. Is this the tablet that recorded the method to control Nalacuvula? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes as he handed the tablet over to Natsuki. Natsuki took out a picture of a tablet with unknown characters written all over it. Natsuki glanced at it and ignored it. Don't mind it, no one can decipher it anyway. Is that so? Wu Yen had a different opinion. If no one can decipher it, why would the Black Death Emperor faction take such a huge risk to snatch these ancient weapons that can only be used as display items? If you can understand the thoughts of terrorists, then there wouldn't be so many terrorists in the world. Natsuki shook her head and raised the photo in her hand. At the very least, I don't know who would be able to decipher something that even so many magic organizations and linguists can't. If only that were the case. Wu Yen sighed and looked at Natsuki. Natsuki, think about it again, is there really no one in Itagami Island who can decipher it? Of course not. Natsuki was about to insist, but she suddenly froze. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression froze. No, maybe someone can decipher it. What's wrong? Wu Yen asked. Did you discover something? It's just a guess. Natsuki frowned and turned to Wu Yen. Tomorrow I will continue to track Kristoff. Gardos, you will stay in school. School? Wu Yen was confused. Why do you have to stay in school? Just do as I say. Natsuki didn't explain. Looking at Natsuki's pensive expression, Wu Yen didn't want to ask any more questions, so he agreed. Chapter 9:14. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. Walking towards the school gate, Wu Yen couldn't help but yawn so hard that tears came out of his eyes. His face is full of fatigue. How can you be so tired this early in the morning? Sensei. Nagisa, who was chatting with Yukaina, glared at Wu Yen. She huffed. Get your act together, the tournament is just around the corner. Sensei, if you act like this, the students will lose their confidence. I didn't have a choice, we stayed up way too late last night. By the time we got home, we didn't have much time left to sleep. Plus, I'm not good at dealing with the morning anyway. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks, he sounded a bit helpless. Then he gestured to the side with his lips. Plus, I'm not the only one who's tired this early in the morning. Nagisa and Yukaina turned to Wu Yen's side. They saw Koju yawning while wearing a hoodie. He looked listless and the two girls were a bit annoyed. What? Sensei is a vampire, it's fine if he's tired this early in the morning, but why is Kojo-kun like this too? Nagisa ran up to Koju. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at Koju's nose. You're a high school student in the prime of your life, don't act like an old man. Is it appropriate to call me in the prime of my life? Koju complained. He's a vampire. Am I not a vampire? Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's nothing. Koju glanced at Wu Yen and he sighed in an annoyed manner. Why could Nagisa accept this vampire as her teacher but not her brother who had turned into a demon? Even if there's a difference in treatment. Does she like men who can cook that much? Nagisa must be a foodie, right? Nagisa narrowed her red eyes. She stared at Koju's face. I feel like you're thinking about something rude. You brat, do you know how to read minds? Sensei, your thoughts are too easy to read. Yakaina shook her head. She picked up her guitar bag and looked at Wu Yen who was still yawning. She hesitated for a bit before asking. Is it a very troublesome job? Sensei looks really tired. Well, it's not really that troublesome. To be honest, last night's work was pretty easy to deal with. Wu Yen waved his hand and helplessly continued. If I didn't get into a fight with that snake charmer, I might have been able to go home earlier. Snake charmer? Ah. Slapping his cheeks, Wu Yen tried his best to cheer himself up. He's a very troublesome fellow in all aspects. Speaking of which, Wu Yen recalled what Natsuki said to him last night. He lowered his voice and he told Yakaina. Something might happen in our school recently. Jijua, you should pay more attention to it. Yakaina said. Yukina's expression froze and she moved closer to Wu Yen. Sensei, did you find out something? Actually, I'm in the dark as well. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead. Last night, Natsuki specifically told me not to leave the school if there's nothing important. Since she said so, she must have discovered something. Just in case, I'll tell you about this matter first so that you can be mentally prepared. Yakaina told Wu Yen about her true identity when he met Koju for the first time. Koju's familiar went berserk. That's why Wu Yen is here to remind her of her identity. Yakaina knew that Wu Yen was an attack mage. Even if he was just an apprentice, his words wouldn't be baseless. She nodded solemnly. I'll keep an eye out for you, Sensei. That won't be necessary. I'll engrave a sensing spell in the school. If anything happens, I'll know. Wu Yen looked at Koju. His mouth twitched. Jijua, you better pay attention to the fourth ancestor. I have a feeling that if anything bad happens in the school, even if he isn't the source, he'll be the first idiot to jump into the trouble, said Jijua. Yakaina laughed dryly but nodded in agreement. With Koju's personality, or rather, his physique, it was absolutely possible that something like this would happen. I say. At this moment, Nagisa's voice sounded in front of them. Her tone was a bit strange. You seem pretty close. Wu Yen and Yakaina froze up. They turned to look at Nagisa and Koju. Nagisa's and Koju's strange expressions fell into their line of sight. They realized that they were too close to each other because they wanted to talk about something they didn't know. No, to be more precise, Yakaina almost fell into Wu Yan's arms. Yakaina jumped away in shock. She saw Nagisa's and Koju's strange expressions, so she tried to explain. No. It's not like that. Yukina-chan. Nagisa interrupted Yakaina with a serious look. She also gave Wu Yen a look of disdain. That won't do. Don't forget, Kotori-chan will be sad. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Yakaina blushed as she tried to explain herself. However, that only made Nagisa more suspicious. She also looked at Wu Yen like he's an animal. You're so bad. Not only did you hit your sister, you even hit your student. Wu Yen avoided Nagisa's aggressive glare. He sighed in a tired manner. So what if I hit my sister and my student? I even hit my lowly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a subtle sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the side of the four of them. Against the whistling atmosphere, one or two soft roars, it shot out explosively. Its target is none other than the quarreling Wu Yen and company. Careful. Yakaina cried out when she heard the sound. Wu Yen was the first to notice it and he hugged Nagisa. He took a step and leaped forward. A second later, a few thin arrows flew past the four and headed straight for Koju. Why me? Koju only had time to say that before the arrows arrived in front of him and headed for his chest. Senpai. Yukina's expression changed and she grabbed the zipper of her guitar bag. Ping. Before Yukaina could do anything, Wu Yin appeared in front of Koju with Nagisa in his arms. With a wave of his hand, he deflected the arrows and they exploded into specks of starlight. The specks of light condensed into 2 black envelopes and landed in Wu Yin and Koju's hands. Then the light disappeared. What was that? Nagisa's face paled. She was shocked by the sudden turn of events. She didn't resist, she grabbed onto the corner of Wu Yan's shirt. Her eyes were filled with panic, she didn't know how to react. Sensei. Senpai. Yukaina ran to their side. Are you guys okay? I'm fine. Koju wiped the sweat off his forehead and raised the envelope. But what is this? Yukaina finally noticed the envelope in Koju's hand, but her expression changed when she saw the seal on it. That seal. Wu Yin frowned. He looked at the envelope in his hand and he opened it up. Koju and Yukaina moved closer to Wu Yin and looked at the envelope. Yukaina was shocked. Duke of Erudiaro Dimitri? Invitation to Vatler's party. Vatler. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with helplessness as he tore the envelope apart. That snake charmer, he really didn't learn his lesson. Chapter 9:15. At night in the apartment. Kotori looked at the 4 luxurious suits on the table. She sorted out the information she just received and turned to Wu Yin. In other words, the noble called Vatler invited you to a banquet? Yes. Yeah. Wu Yin smirked as he patted the 2 men and 2 women's outfits on the table. I don't know what that snake charmer is thinking. Is he trying to get revenge? Yes. If he wanted revenge, he wouldn't have resorted to this method. After all, he's a vampire noble who has lived for a long time. Kotori said nonchalantly. She glanced at Wu Yin with an amused look. Speaking of which, you benefited a lot when you were invited to the banquet last time. Maybe this time, some vampire noble's daughter will come out and make a shocking declaration. Ah! Wu Yin giggled and he changed the subject by pointing at the dress on the table. Speaking of which, this is really unfair. Why is it that Gu Cheng and Jiju's dresses are delivered to our doorstep, while ours have to be specially prepared? Yes. Of the 4 suits on the table, 2 of them were mailed to Koju's house for him to attend the banquet. It was said that the Lion King organization had prepared them. On the other hand, Wu Yin has nothing to do with the Lion King organization. They probably don't even know if he exists, let alone help him prepare the formal attire. Wu Yin asked Natsuki to prepare the suits for him. If you don't want to go. In that case, just don't go. Kotori spun the jewel in her mouth and said, nothing good will come out of this party. Just don't go. You're right. Wu Yin tapped the table and sighed. But it's still better to go. More or less, we should figure out the other party's purpose. Is that so? Well, I don't care anyway. Don't talk like you don't have anything to do with it. Wu Yin picked up a suit and stuffed it into Kotori's arms. You're coming too. Huh? Kotori hugged the suit. Why do I have to go too? Is there a way? She pointed at the letter that was crushed to pieces. Wu Yin said. They want me to bring a dance partner. I see. Kotori was enlightened. She looked at Yukaina and Koju, who were both embarrassed and angry. Then I can roughly guess why the 2 of them are like this. Koju lowered his shoulders and pulled a long face. Why am I so unlucky? Wasn't it just because he accidentally saw Ji Mo's measurements on her dress? I can't help it. Senpai. Yukaina clenched her fist and smacked him on the head. Forget what you saw. Yes. Is it really okay? Nagisa, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The other party is a noble vampire from the warlord realm, right? Why did Kojo-kun, Yukina-chan, and Kotori-chan have to go? Won't it be dangerous? Well? Wu Yin smiled bitterly and said to Nagisa. Kotori is going as my dance partner and the other party is a noble. It's going to be a big event, so it's necessary to bring a subordinate. I don't know many people in Itagami Island, so I can only ask Koju for help. Jijuar is Koju's dance partner. Yes. Nagisa, you see, if Wu Yin sensei goes alone, won't he be at a disadvantage? Koju wasn't happy about being treated as a subordinate, but he didn't want to expose his identity. He had no choice but to swallow his pride. If I don't help sensei, he'll be too pitiful. But Nagisa didn't feel at ease. Her face was full of worry. If there's any danger. Nagisa. Koju didn't know what to say. He knew that Nagisa had developed a phobia towards demons after almost dying from their ambush. Demons were a synonym for danger and disaster in her heart. It was normal for her to be worried about them. From this perspective, Nagisa's acceptance of Wu Yan's existence is inconceivable. The atmosphere became heavy. Wu Yan looked at everyone and shook his head with a bitter smile. He reached out and patted Nagisa's head. Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled warmly at Nagisa, who was stunned by his action. Sensei promises you that nothing will happen to anyone. Trust me. Nagisa blinked and looked at Wu Yan's gentle smile. She blushed and lowered her head. However, the worry on her face dissipated. You can't lie to me. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard Nagisa's soft mumbling. Koju and the others relaxed as well. It seems like they didn't want to worry Nagisa too much. Speaking of which, Nagisa, did you notice? Wu Yan smiled happily as he patted Nagisa's head. You don't resist my touch anymore. Hearing this, everyone at the scene came to their senses. Oh really? Nagisa stared blankly at Wu Yan's hand on her head. Her face lit up and she placed a hand on her chest. Her face was filled with joy. My heart is beating fast, but I'm not afraid at all. Does this mean that Nagisa's fear of demons has been cured? Koju's eyes lit up when he heard Yukina's words. This. I don't know. Nagisa was confused. Kotori suggested. Why don't we let Nagisa try to interact with other demons? As soon as Kotori said this, Nagisa's face paled as if she had seen something terrifying. She shook her head furiously. No, absolutely not. Why? Koju clutched his chest as if he was hurt. Nagisa didn't know why and said something that hurt him even more. I don't know why, but I don't want to. Such a strong reaction. Kotori frowned and sighed. It seems Nagisa can only accept one demon. Kotori narrowed her eyes and glanced at Wu Yan. You're still the same. Only in front of girls can you show off your incredible power. Ahaha. Wu Yan chuckled dryly. He didn't know what to say. He messed up Nagisa's hair to vent his frustrations. Nagisa started grumbling in response. It's about time to go, right? Koju forced a smile when he saw how intimate the two were. Apart from Nagisa, 3 pairs of eyes turned to Koju at the same time. Pervert. Siskan. Pervert. Shut the hell up. Koju exploded. Itagami Island Harbor. With spotlights on, a large yacht as gorgeous as a palace floated on the shallow water near the ground. Waves would hit it from time to time, but it did not affect the yacht at all. Although it was floating on the sea, the yacht was very stable, making people feel inexplicably uneasy. This is the banquet venue? Koju's expression became uneasy as he sighed in disgust. I feel so uneasy. Normally it would. Wu Yan shook his head. No matter how luxurious it is, the name Poseidon's Tomb gives people the impression that it will sink sooner or later. Kotori, Yukina, and Koju nodded. They were speechless. Wu Yan and Koju are wearing black suits. Under the influence of the night, they looked like aristocrats. Kotori is wearing a pink gown that exposed her smooth shoulders. Yukina is wearing an eye-catching outfit that exposed her chest and above. Yukina is wearing an eye-catching outfit with her chest exposed. The 2 beautiful girls were completely exposed from their shoulders to their backs. Their skirts only covered the base of their thighs. Their snow-white and slender thighs were not covered in the slightest. The thin fabric completely revealed the 2 girls' slender bodies. It was both sexy and beautiful. Anyone who saw this scene wouldn't think that they were only 14 or 15 years old. Even Koju was dumbfounded. Senpai. Yukina narrowed her eyes and looked at Koju cautiously. Please don't look at me with that perverted gaze. I'm not. Koju retorted. The other 3 were speechless. He's used to it. Chapter 9:16. The deck was bathed in the darkness of the night. The dazzling lights dispelled the darkness. This place was very spacious. Not only was there enough space for about 100 guests to move freely without hindrance, there was even a swimming pool in the middle. Tables were scattered around, and delicious dishes and colorful wines were placed on the tables. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the food entered the mouths of everyone present. Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukina, and Koju were standing at the entrance. Wu Yan looked at the deck and scanned the deck. Then, where are the vampire nobles in the battle monarch's domain? Koju said impatiently. As an ordinary high school student, he had never experienced such a situation. He would rather go home and watch TV than attend a social meeting. Yukina is in a similar situation. Even though she pretends to be calm, she's only 14 or 15 years old. Before coming to Itagami Island, she lived in the Lion King organization and was still a little girl. Because of this, Yukina looks much younger than Kotori. After all, Coterie is the commander of Ratatoskr and has seen her fair share of big events. You're invited but you still have to look for the master? It was rare for Coterie to not have a single pearl in her mouth. It was unknown whether she was annoyed or impatient. Damn it. There's nothing worse than this. Wu Yen mocked Coterie. That snake charmer. These guests are probably invited by him to fill up the atmosphere. Coterie turned around and said to Wu Yen, "Didn't you just meet him yesterday? Why do you look like you know him well? If a fight counts as knowing him, then yes." Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest. "It's just a feeling, I don't know him well. Don't mind it. Anyway, let's get this over with." Koju's annoyance turned into annoyance. "I can't stand staying here any longer. That Vatler something. Where is this place? Let's go up." Looking up, Wu Yen looked at the top of the yacht. "That's the only place I can think of." Observing the ordinary people here from a high vantage point as expected of a noble, with that, Wu Yen didn't stay any longer. He headed to the top deck with Coterie, Yukaina, and Koju following behind him. It was different from the lively banquet below. There were no lights on the top deck, nor were there any luxurious food or wine. It was just a cold deck. This was where Wu Yen and Vatler had clashed last night. Although the battle had only happened last night, it was still too late. However, the broken deck had been completely repaired, and it was impossible to tell that this place was still in a dilapidated state yesterday. Looking around, there was no one around, and the sounds of the banquet below could not reach here. Only the sound of waves could be heard. "Where is he?" She looked around at the empty space around her. Koju and Yukaina were at a loss. Wu Yen and Coterie looked in the same direction. An imperceptible light flashed in their eyes. "Let's end our game of hide-and-seek here, Vatler." Wu Yen closed his eyes, his voice echoed clearly. "Unlike you who is bored to death, I have a lot of things that I need to do." "As cold as ever, Wu Yen?" Just as Wu Yen finished his sentence, a series of light footsteps could be heard coming from the dark corners of the deck, drawing everyone's attention as they got closer and closer. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a beautiful young man in a pure white Western-style suit appeared in front of the crowd. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and his blue eyes were wide open. Vatler looked at Wu Yen with a mischievous grin. Then he turned to Koju with a bright glint in his eyes. He placed his hand in front of his chest and he bowed like a noble. "Nice to meet you, Koju no Yebwa of Yangguang, my favorite fourth primogenitor." Koju's expression froze. He looked at Vatler, who was smiling at him. He shuddered and took a step back out of reflex. "Favorite?" Coterie and Yukaina raised an eyebrow. They looked at Koju with a meaningful gaze. Yukina's expression changed completely. She looked at Koju as a pervert before, but now she looked at him as a pervert. "Senpai, I didn't know your perversion wasn't limited to gender. Stop imagining things." Koju's hair stood on end as he yelled at the top of his lungs. "It's just that guy talking to himself." "No, Koju, you're wrong." Vatler closed one eye and gave Koju a flying kiss. "I came here to find you." Coterie and Yukaina moved away from Koju. Even Wu Yen couldn't stand it and turned around. Koju's veins popped out. He said something that shocked everyone. "My sexual orientation is normal. I don't like men. I like men. I'm a big sister." Akatsuki. Koju's roar reverberated in the air. Wu Yen, Coterie, and Yukaina were all stunned. They couldn't react in time. Vatler was the only one who guffawed. "So you like that type of woman, Koju? No problem, I don't mind." "Mind my ass. Who needs your attention?" Koju seemed to be completely broken. He pointed at Vatler and continued to shout. "Don't cause me unnecessary trouble, bastard." Unfortunately, Koju's argument only made Vatler laugh. It seems like he's right. Wu Yen, Coterie, and Yukaina moved further away from him. "You." "As expected, Koju. Yukaina is the most dangerous thing to do." Suddenly, a sharp, steady, and sweet voice rang out beside Vatler. The voice contained traces of hatred. Then a figure flashed out and stood in front of Vatler. It was a young girl. She had long, dark chestnut hair tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a slender figure that matched the cheongsam she was wearing. However, her height was not ordinary. She was at least 1.7 meters, and she looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. At this age, having such a height was considered quite tall. "It's you?" Yukaina was shocked when she saw the girl. "Sayaka." The moment Yukina's voice fell, the girl called Sayaka's beautiful face lit up as if she had seen something beautiful. Her face bloomed with a bright smile, and the hatred in her eyes when she looked at Koju turned into love. Yakaina. She cheered like a child, jumped up and hugged Yakaina. Her long ponytail swayed like a tail. Anyone could see that she was in a good mood. Long time no see. Yakaina. Ah, yes. Yakaina seemed to have only just reacted. She responded to Xiaohua's call. Xiaohua hugged her neck tightly, causing her to feel a little pain. However, compared to this, there was more joy on her face. Is she Jiju's friend? Koju blinked and asked in confusion. Yes, Senpai, Sayaka is my childhood friend. Yakaina struggled to break free from Sayaka's embrace and said to Koju. I didn't know you were that close. Vatler raised an eyebrow and looked at Koju. Then Gucheng, let's have a good time together. Love each other my ass. Get away from me. Wu Yen and Kodori were speechless when they saw Yakaina and Sayaka hugging each other and Vatler approaching Koju. Both sides are the same. Kodori stated the truth. No matter which side it is, they both have sexual orientation issues. Of course not. Akatsuki Koju and Yukina's roars echoed from the shore. Chapter 9:17. Vatler. Wu Yen sighed when he saw the situation getting worse. He finally opened his mouth to speak. Let's make it clear here. Why did you invite us here? Wu Yan's words made Gu Cheng and the others stop what they were doing. The rowdy atmosphere started to turn serious. Vatler chuckled and closed his eyes. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, and the flirtatious aura around him changed, becoming sharp and incisive. This was how the real Vatler should be. Koju and Yakaina sensed the change in Vatler's aura. They came to Wu Yan's side and the four of them stood in a line facing Vatler. They looked like they were ready to attack at any moment. Don't make such a scary face. Vatler shrugged when he saw Koju and Yukina's tense faces. He tried to lighten the atmosphere. As the ambassador of the warlord's domain, I should pay a visit to the fourth primogenitor's territory, no? I told you don't act on your own. Koju clenched his fists. I've never said that I'm going to occupy this island. But according to legend, the world's strongest vampire is on this island. Vatler's tone changed when he mentioned the strongest vampire in the world. It's like he's excited. At least the fourth primogenitor is here. In other people's eyes, this island is the fourth primogenitor's territory, including the people on this island. Koju paused. Wu Yen guessed correctly. Unlike the other three primogenitors who ruled over an entire empire and a large number of vampires, the fourth primogenitor had never led a vampire compatriot or ruled over a territory. Instead, he had 12 disaster-like familiars. He brings fear and darkness to people. However, a true ancestor was a true ancestor after all. They were at the peak of the vampires and had the highest level of fighting power in the world. They were regarded by the world as having the same fighting power as a country, and they had such strength in this world. Ruling over a territory is a piece of cake for them. They have the right to create an empire. The other three primogenitors created their own empires. Koju, as the fourth primogenitor, is considered to be a primogenitor who wants to rule over a territory. Koju lives in Itagami City. It's understandable that people would think of Itagami City as Koju's territory. Vatler looked at Koju's frozen expression and raised his head in delight. Then, he looked at Wu Yen with an even more joyful expression. An uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. To the world, this is the territory of the fourth primogenitor because the fourth primogenitor lives here. But Vatler clutched his head as he stared at the expressionless Wu Yen. He started laughing. If people know of your existence, won't this knowledge be preserved? Other than Wu Yen and Kodori, Koju, Yakaina, and Sayaka frowned. What does that mean? Gu Cheng couldn't help but ask. Vatler looked at Gu Cheng in surprise. Gu Cheng, don't tell me you don't know what kind of existence this person beside you is? Wu Yen, sensei? Koju subconsciously looked at Wu Yen. Yakaina and Sayaka did the same. Koju and Yakaina have been wondering about Wu Yan's identity for a long time now. Despite being only 26 years old, he possessed unimaginable power. Not only could he casually challenge the vampire nobleman to a fight, but he could also defeat the Lion's Gold, the fourth primogenitor's familiar, without even summoning his familiar. Even if the Lion's Gold's power isn't complete, how can a 26-year-old vampire defeat it in one hit without summoning his familiar? The answer was obvious even if one used their knees to think. However, Wu Yen didn't explain and Koju and Yakaina didn't ask. Plus, Wu Yen gave them a good impression. He doesn't look like a bad guy or an enemy, so they didn't probe further. Koju and Yukaina didn't have the opportunity to know Wu Yan's identity, so they reacted when Vatler brought it up. Vatler saw their reactions and knew the answer he wanted to know. Unfortunately, he didn't give them an answer. If that's the case, Koju, you'd better be careful, Vatler said with a wicked smile. He didn't want to give up until he was shocked to death. The person beside you might be even more terrifying than the strongest vampire in this world. Koju and Yukina's expressions froze. Their eyes widened as they looked at Wu Yan with disbelief. Glancing at the two of them, Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. Is that all you want to say? Vatler. Oh? Are you angry? Vatler pretended to take a step back, but his face was full of smiles. No matter what, I'm just a diplomat. A noble coming to a man-made island to be a diplomat? Kotori suddenly interrupted Vatler. Compared to Itagami City, the first primogenitor's Empire of Darkness should have some territories that are more valuable than Itagami City, right? Even if it's a diplomatic mission, there's no need to send a direct descendant unless there's no one left in Warlord's territory. Vatler opened his eyes and looked at Kotori in surprise. It was as if he hadn't noticed her existence until now. You are? Me? Kotori raised her head with a wicked smile on her face. I might be even more terrifying than the two vampires you're worried about. That's interesting. Vatler froze for a moment before laughing. Since this terrifying existence has already said so much, it would be a form of sophistry if I continue to hide it. Vatler walked to the railing and looked out at the ocean. Christoph Kardashian? Christoph Kardashian. Kotori, Koju, and Yukaina were stunned when Vatler mentioned the name. Wu Yan, on the other hand, understood what happened after Vatler spoke. Vatler. Wu Yan took a deep look at Vatler. Your goal is the ancient weapon in the Black Death Emperor faction's possession, the Nalacuvula, right? Black Death Emperor faction. Koju exclaimed. Nalacuvula? Yukaina furrowed her brows. You already know that much? Vatler smiled, his eyes suddenly burning with passion. That's right. It's a weapon from the Age of Gods that destroyed countless civilizations. I heard it has the power to kill a primogenitor. I'm very interested in that power. Could it be? Yukaina gasped as she thought of something. You're doing this for, that's how it is. Vatler finally laughed out loud without holding back. Isn't it interesting to fight with a primogenitor-killing weapon? Stop joking. Koju roared. That Nalacuvula has the power to kill primogenitors, it must be very dangerous. What will happen to the island if you fight? The familiars of the old generation vampires were not to be trifled with. Any one of them could easily raise a small village to the ground. Koju didn't know what level of vampire Vatler is, but if he's a noble in the warlord's territory, he's no weaker than an old generation vampire. If he unleashes his vassal beasts to fight that terrifying weapon in Itagami City, it wouldn't be strange if the entire island was destroyed. That's why I'm here, Koju. Vatler used a tone that could pierce through Koju's heart. I'm here to greet you in case you don't forgive my rudeness. You bastard. Koju was furious, he wanted to do something but Wu Yan grabbed his shoulder and smiled. If you can do it, then give it a try. Wu Yan said with an indifferent smile. The smile on Vatler's face froze for a moment, but it quickly reappeared. Kotori and Koju stared at each other in silence. Koju and Yukaina opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something. But in the end, they didn't say anything and remained silent. Chapter 9:18. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area. On the way home, the full view of the apartment appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, no one present reacted to it. As they walked into the apartment, they remained silent as if they were thinking about something. This scene had been going on ever since Vatler got off the yacht. Aside from Kotori, Wu Yan, Yukaina, and Koju had heavy expressions on their faces. To be more precise, Yukaina and Koju had heavy expressions on their faces. Wu Yan muttered to himself. His wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. It's clear that he's lost in his thoughts. The four of them entered the elevator in silence. Their bodies rose along with the elevator. When they were about to reach their destination, Yukaina couldn't help but ask Wu Yan in a worried tone. Sensei, is it really okay? The silence was broken. Kotori and Koju looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan snapped out of his daze, but he didn't hear what Yukaina said. What did you say? Sensei. Yukaina looked at Wu Yan with an accusatory gaze and sighed. I say, is it really okay to just leave it be like this? Duke Arudiaro's goal is to protect Itagami Island. It's dangerous. Yeah. Koju, who had been holding back, finally lost his temper. If that Vatler guy really does fight with that Nalakuvula thing, he'll be the first to die. Then what should this island and the people on this island do? You guys. Wu Yen shook his head and patted Yukina's head. Aren't you guys being a little too worried? Too worried? Yukina and Koju froze. Isn't that right? Wu Yen smiled. Then let's take a step back. Even if we don't leave Vatler alone, what can you guys do? We can arrest Christopher Garza first. Capture Gardos. Yukina said without hesitation. If that's the case, Duke Rudiaro won't have a reason to start a war, right? You can think of it. Can't the others think of it as well? Wu Yen pursed his lips and he told Yukina. He's still the leader of a terrorist organization. If he's that easy to capture, we wouldn't be having such a headache. But that's enough. Wu Yen interrupted her and he rubbed her head. Don't underestimate Itagami Island. One of you is the fourth primogenitor and the other is a sword shaman from Lion Organization. But there are plenty of capable people in Itagami Island. You're just students. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone stronger to hold it up. At least I'll be here. Vatler won't go too far. Smiling warmly, Wu Yen lowered his voice. His tone gave Yukina and Koju an indescribable sense of security. You guys just have to live your own lives. If there's really something I need your help with, I'll give it to you. If you really need help, I won't hold back. So don't overthink it. Hearing this, Yukina and Koju looked at each other. Their emotions calmed down a little and a smile appeared on their faces. Both of them are people with a strong sense of justice, but like Wu Yen said, they're still students. They haven't even reached adulthood yet. It's not right for them to shoulder the responsibility of saving the demon race. Even if their identities were extraordinary, abilities were just abilities, right? Wu Yan's words gave them a sense of security. I understand, Sensei. Yukina nodded solemnly. If you need our help, please don't hesitate. Wu Yan smiled. Even if it's free labor, I won't let it go. How direct. Koju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Wu Yan and he hesitated for a bit before asking. By the way, Wu Yan sensei, Vatler said you're more terrifying than the fourth primogenitor. What did he mean by that? Yeah, sensei. Yukina hesitated, but she still asked anyway. Who are you? You believe Vatler's words? Wu Yan scratched his face and glanced at Koju. If he's talking about the fully awakened fourth primogenitor, you wouldn't believe me if I said I'm on par with him. Is it strange if I say the fourth primogenitor is more terrifying than him? Koju was speechless. Yukina sensed that something is wrong, but she didn't know how to ask. She looked like she's in a dilemma. Wu Yan found it funny when he saw her like this. He rubbed Yukina's head and started rubbing her head. Don't think too much about it. Go home and rest. I know. Don't mess up my hair. Yukina covered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yan rubbed her head even harder. Kotori looked helpless. Wu Yan and Yukina didn't notice that while they were having fun, the camera in the elevator was recording their every move. It wasn't just recorded in the control room, it was also recorded in the mind of a girl with a ponytail sitting on the top floor of a building not far away from them. Gritting her teeth, the girl looked at the image in her mind, and a trace of hatred came out of her mouth. How dare he rub my Yukina's head like that? None of the vampires around Yukina are good people. The next day the sun shone brightly. That vampire noble really didn't do anything to you? Didn't he suck your blood? I heard vampires have an urge to suck blood because of that. That Vatler guy, did he do anything strange to you? Wu Yan and Yukina were sweating profusely as Nagisa interrogated them. They looked at her serious and curious eyes. They couldn't bear to push her away. They shook their heads helplessly and smiled bitterly. He really didn't do anything. Wu Yan pushed Nagisa's body away. He looked like he was catching his breath. Plus, that urge is only for the opposite sex, right? You should ask Yukina about that. Sensei. Yukina panicked when she saw that Wu Yan was trying to get her into trouble. Duke Rudiaro wouldn't be interested in me. Even if he was, it would be for senpai. Koju-kun. Nagisa panicked. Koju-kun is interested in men. Tish that. Yukina awkwardly giggled and she looked at Wu Yan with a pleading look. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he snickered. We don't know, but Vatler is very interested in the ancient city. As for the ancient city, Wu Yan purposely dragged out his words as if there's something he can't say. Nagisa's mind was in a mess when she heard this. I didn't expect Koju-kun to have that kind of interest. Nagisa clenched her fists and shouted. No. Nagisa has to ask him when we get back home. Wu Yin and Yukaina reflexively took a step back. They gulped and crossed themselves as they prayed for Koju's safety. Hopefully he would be able to hold on under Nagisa's relentless interrogation. At the same time, a large vehicle that could fit many people was parked at the gate of Kaihai Academy. In the car, a man in military uniform with a dignified appearance who looked a little old, but his thin eyes were full of light, rolled down the window and looked at the buildings in Kaihai Academy. He turned around and looked at the two hairy orcs behind him. The Witch of the Void, Natsuki Minamiya, should be at our base by now. The only one who can threaten us in this academy is that vampire called Wu Yen. You two hold him back while I bring the one who can decipher the tablet. This. The two beastmen looked at each other. Is this okay? Won't we be discovered? If I don't transform, I'll look like an old visitor. I won't be discovered. Go ahead and buy me as much time as you can. Yes, sir. Chapter 9:19. Two beastmen broke into Saikai Academy and charged towards the middle school building. Wu Yin, who was playing with Yukaina and Nagisa, froze. His face darkened. Sensei. Nagisa called out to Wu Yin, but Yukaina grabbed her wrist. She looked at Wu Yin with a serious expression. Sensei, what happened? Yes. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and nodded. The sensing tactic I've engraved in the school has reacted. Two beastmen have arrived at the school. Beastmen. Yukaina lowered her body. She was on high alert. Black Death Emperor faction? If I'm not mistaken, that should be it. Wu Yin stood up. Yukaina also stood up. She tilted her head in confusion. But why would Black Death Emperor faction send people to school? Wu Yin lowered his head. He mused for a bit before abruptly raising his head again. I once asked Natsuki if no one could decipher Nalacuvula. At that time, Natsuki was very certain, but I don't know what she thought of, but she hesitated. She even told me to stay in school if I had nothing to do. Yukaina froze for a moment before her expression changed. You mean? That's right. Wu Yin nodded and sneered. The Black Death Emperor faction came to Itagami Island for a reason. Other than to cause panic and prove to the world that they are still alive, their main goal is the ancient weapon Nalacuvra. Considering their goal and Natsuki's words, I'm guessing there must be someone in Saikai Academy who can decipher the Nalacuvra's control method. Wow. Yukaina sucked in a cold breath. In other words, the Black Death Emperor faction might be using the Nalacuvra. That should be it. Wu Yin sighed. Are these two beastmen here to capture someone who can decipher the Nalacuvra? Yukaina grabbed her guitar bag. She walked towards Wu Yin. Sensei, let's stop them. Wait. Wu Yin stopped her with a frown. Those two beastmen are coming our way. Our way? Yukaina was shocked. Wasp. I don't know. Wu Yin gritted his teeth and looked at Yukaina. Anyway, Yukaina. First, take all the students here to take refuge. Sensei. Yukaina knew this was not the time to be confused. Sensei. If the two beastmen's destination was here and they started fighting here, it would affect the students and it would be terrible. Yukaina. She ran over to the students and tried to persuade them to leave. The students were confused, but Yukaina was with Wu Yin, so they thought it was their teacher's idea. They didn't object and they followed Yukaina out of the scene with their heads full of questions. Wu Yin nodded. He closed his eyes and expanded his senses to observe the movements of the two beastmen. Wu Yin, who was paying attention to the beastmen, didn't notice the man in military uniform walking slowly into the school as if he was here for a tour. Not long after, the two beastmen arrived near the classroom. Wu Yin wanted to make a move, but a hand grabbed the corner of his shirt from behind. No. No way. A familiar voice filled with fear rang in Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yin was stunned. He turned around and looked behind him. Nagisa was trembling violently. Her face was as white as a sheet. It was as if all the warmth in her body had left her. She was the one who grabbed Wu Yan's shirt. Nagisa. Wu Yin was shocked. Why didn't you leave with Yukaina? Sensei. Sensei. Nagisa shook her head as if she didn't hear Wu Yin. Sensei. I'm scared. I'm scared. Looking at Nagisa's pale and fearful face, Wu Yan's heart throbbed with pain as he cursed inside. This situation was exactly the same as when he first arrived at Itagami Island and got into a fight with two vampires. Nagisa was afraid of demons, so she didn't react in time and tried to escape. Yukaina, who thought Nagisa was following her, left her behind. Wu Yen panicked when he sensed the two beastmen approaching the classroom. Bang! With a dull thud, two orcs covered in black fur and wearing beast heads violently kicked down the door of the classroom and barged into the scene with pistols in their hands. Ah! The appearance of the two beastmen finally ignited the fear in Nagisa's heart. Shut up! The two beastmen raised their pistols and aimed at Nagisa. They were worried that her screams would attract the attention of others, but Nagisa couldn't hear them. She clutched her head and screamed in terror. No! No! Shut up! The orc's finger was already on the trigger. Nagisa. Wu Yen hugged Nagisa tightly, exposing his back to the two beastmen. He ignored them and shook Nagisa's shoulders. Calm down. Calm down, Nagisa. Just like the first time they met, Nagisa couldn't calm down. She kept shrieking in terror. Judging by her expression, Wu Yan's words didn't register in her mind. Nagisa. Nagisa. No matter how much Wu Yan shouted, Nagisa continued to scream. Wu Yan pursed his lips and pulled Nagisa closer to him. He lowered his head and kissed Nagisa's lips. The screams came to an abrupt halt. Nagisa's eyes widened to their widest extent. The fear that had been enough to shatter her nerves had turned into shock and disbelief. She slowly regained consciousness. The two orcs seemed to be shocked by the scene in front of them. Their mouths were wide open, and their fingers that were about to pull the trigger froze. For a moment they were stunned on the spot. Her bright eyes reflected Wu Yan's face. Nagisa stared at him blankly, her mind went blank. She couldn't believe her eyes when she felt the warmth on her lips. Her first kiss was actually taken away by her own teacher. Not long after, Wu Yan let go of Nagisa's lips. He bitterly smiled when he saw her dazed expression. He tightened his grip on her petite frame. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Nagisa regained her senses when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her pale face flushed red as she turned her head around in a daze. She had completely lost her ability to think, she could only nod her head out of reflex. The two beastmen also regained their senses. They raised their guns and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, accompanied by sparks and smoke. Metal bullets shot out and tore through the air towards Wu Yan's back. Upon closer inspection, the bullets were wrapped in strands of mana. Even an orc would fall after being shot by such a bullet. It was the same for vampires before they recovered. The sound of air being torn through came from behind. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. He didn't even turn his head. Behind him, crimson spatial ripples rippled and protected Wu Yan and Nagisa. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The mana-infused bullets shot into the crimson space ripples, creating even more intense ripples. However, the bullets disappeared into thin air, they didn't hit Wu Yan. What? The two beastmen were shocked. What kind of magic is that? A magic trick that will take your life. The cold voice reverberated in the ears of the two beastmen. Their expressions changed drastically. Then their vision was filled with flashing iron sand swords. Bang bang bang. The walls of the classroom shattered. The iron sand swords continued to fly forward and disappeared into thin air. The two beastmen lay on the ground covered in wounds. Their bodies were bleeding and their auras were barely discernible. Chapter 920. Bam! Under the attack of the iron sand swords, the two orcs crashed through the walls of the classroom and were buried in a pile of rocks. They groaned for a while and couldn't get up again. Wu Yan waved his hand and he put away the gate of Babylon in front of him. At this moment, a figure ran out from the shattered wall of the classroom. Aya, it's over. Looking at the rubble and the two beastmen on the ground, this person's first reaction was to laugh out loud. Wu Yan was stunned when he saw this person. Sasasaki-senpai. This is a little too much. Sasasaki-senpai shook her head and sighed at Wu Yan. How am I going to explain this to the principal? Well, I'll explain it to the principal myself if it's bothering me. There's no need. Sasasaki-senpai scratched her head and stuck out her tongue. These two orcs are from the Black Death Emperor's faction, right? You're just carrying out your duties. There shouldn't be any problems. Plus, you're a junior, how can I let you take responsibility? Wu Yan smiled bitterly, but his smile froze on his face not long after. In his senses, a man in military uniform suddenly knocked out a student and quickly transformed into a fur-covered beast man. He then carried the student on his shoulder. And this will. The beast man used his superior physique to break open the nearest window. He jumped in front of a car and before Wu Yan could react, The car sped away from Saikai Academy. At this point Wu Yen understood. These two orcs were just bait to distract him. The other orc was the real person who came to Kaihai Academy to kidnap the one who could decipher Nalacuvula's control method. But how did they know he was the one who would hinder them? Moreover, judging from their carefully designed kidnapping plan, they also knew that he had a tactic that could sense the situation of the entire Rainbow Sea Academy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so purposefully. Could it be the Black Death Emperor's faction? They had information on him all along? Thinking of this, Wu Yen cursed in his mind. He didn't bother explaining himself and handed the stunned Nagisa to Sasasaki-senpai. Sasasaki-senpai. Sorry for troubling you, Nagisa. He left this sentence behind. Wu Yen teleported and disappeared. Sasasaki-senpai, who didn't know what Wu Yen was capable of, was shocked. Is that the same type of magic as Natsuki-senpai? Sasasaki-senpai chuckled. Could it be that he hit it off with Natsuki-senpai? Senpai. Nagisa stared at the direction Wu Yen disappeared and clasped her hands together. It's fine, it's fine. Sasasaki-senpai patted Nagisa's shoulder and comforted her with a smile. He's an attack mage. Even if he's just an apprentice, he shouldn't have a problem dealing with a few orcs. After all, he's a newbie recommended by Natsuki-senpai. Nagisa nodded with a heavy heart. It's unknown if she took Sasasaki-senpai's words to heart. She's the only one who knows. Her heart is in a mess. Her face is hot. The artificial island, Itagami Island, is actually made up of 4 large floating structures. They are located in the east, south, west, and north of the city. It's a place for humans and demons to live. Other than the 4 large floating structures, there are many other smaller artificial areas around the island. They are used for other purposes. For example, there's a waste disposal chamber for non-flammable trash. These small attached islands were called artificial islands. Back when Wu Yen summoned his familiars for the first time and led the Berserk Koju to an uninhabited area, it was one of these artificial islands. Today, on one of the artificial islands on Itagami Island that is under construction. It has a radius of about 5 kilometers. It's a square-shaped island that juts out from the sea to dispose of trash. A fierce battle is going on. On the flat and spacious island, the ground was covered with thick steel plates. The helicopters crashed onto the steel-like ground one by one and burst into flames with loud explosions. Some vehicles were unfortunately caught in the smoke and turned into a pile of wreckage, emitting fire and smoke, indicating the fierce state of the battle. It's a battle between the Black Death Emperor faction and the Special Forces. Smoke and gunshots reverberated in the surroundings. On the artificial island that was under construction, the cranes and surveillance towers collapsed like rotten wood. Some of the larger cranes and surveillance towers even turned into the most lethal weapons. They smashed towards the humans and orcs who were fighting amidst the frantic roars of the orcs. Around them, several armored vehicles with thick armor plates stood there. The special zone guards were hiding behind the armored vehicles. They were using special bullets to deal with orcs to shoot forward. Behind some obstacles in front of them, there were also guns fighting back against the special zone guards. The fierce gunfight evolved into a stalemate between the two sides. For a while no one could tell who was the winner. On the side of the wreckage of the destroyed helicopters and armored vehicles, some injured people were hiding here. While enduring the pain of their wounds, they were trying to find ways to move their bodies so that they could participate in the battle and give their team a boost of strength. However, in this battle of attrition, the number of injured soldiers will only increase until there are casualties. Even so, it would be difficult for this battle to come to an end unless one side was completely defeated. Holding a parasol in her hand, Natsuki's black gothic dress fluttered in the wind. She stood very close to the battlefield and witnessed everything with her own eyes. She didn't make a move to capture the beastmen. No one knows what she's thinking. She kept looking forward with her usual calm eyes. Even when bullets flew past her, she didn't react. If Natsuki was willing to make a move, this battle will end in a short time. But she didn't. She already knows there will be more troublesome things to come. That's what she needs to deal with. Humph. Nayu let out a soft snort when she saw a rather large black shadow appear amidst the black smoke of war in front of her. So it still ended up like this. At the same time, in a deserted alley not too far away from the artificial island, Wu Yen is looking at the area where black smoke is billowing out from. His face is devoid of any emotion. In fact, his pair of wine-red eyes, there is a trace of uncontrollable rage. When he was still in Kaihai Academy, the Black Death Emperor had kidnapped the student who could decipher Nalicuvula's control method before he could react. However, the other party's mode of transportation was merely a vehicle, while he had teleportation magic. Under the circumstances where he could teleport, he could catch up with the other party in a matter of seconds. If that was the case, the Black Death Emperor faction's wishful thinking would be completely destroyed. But now, the Black Death Emperor's people had probably brought him to their temporary headquarters to decipher the method of control. That's why Wu Yan is so angry. Turning around to look at the battlefield, Wu Yan coldly looked at a spot not far away from him. His voice dropped to a freezing point. Have you planned this from the start? Vatler. Ha. Vatler raised his sunglasses and smiled evilly in front of Wu Yan. Don't be so angry. Isn't it fun? Vatler spread his hands and smiled without remorse. After all, if you mess up the situation, it won't be fun anymore. You like to play? Don't you? Wu Yan took in a deep breath. Magic power surged out of his body, and along with his rage, the flames of rage started to burn within him. Then I'll play with you. Chapter 921. I've been wondering. Wu Yan's mana surged like a tidal wave. His body looked like it was coated with a layer of light. It shined brightly. Why was the Black Death Emperor faction able to infiltrate Itagami Island so stealthily? Why was it so hard to find a hiding place when they obtained the ancient weapon Nalicuvula? And why was the Black Death Emperor faction able to act so purposefully in Saikai Academy? They even knew that I was the real obstacle and sent people to restrain me. Zhang Che thought to himself. As if he wanted to vent something, Wu Yan spat it out word by word. Vatler, you're the one behind all of this, aren't you? Vatler is a noble from Warlord Domain. He came to Itagami Island as a diplomatic envoy. As a diplomatic envoy, the yacht Vatler was staying on was strictly protected. Even the special forces couldn't search the yacht without solid evidence. The Black Death Emperor faction was a terrorist from the warlord's territory. Their goal was to overthrow the first true ancestor, so Vatler and the Black Death Emperor faction were enemies. But because of this, if Vatler provided shelter for the Black Death Emperor faction and let them hide in his ship, then they would be the safest. As long as Vatler provided a hiding place for the Black Death Emperor faction, everything would make sense. I'm afraid so. You were the one who leaked my information to the Black Death Emperor faction, right? He stared at Vatler intently. Wu Yan said coldly. Vatler chuckled and put on an annoying smile. He then shook his head and said in a regretful tone, You misunderstood me. The Black Death Emperor sect is an enemy organization of the Battle King's land. I am a noble of the Battle King's land, and I am a noble of the Battle King's land. How could he possibly help his enemy? This explanation was indeed very convincing. Who would provide help to their enemies? However, Vatler's next sentence completely destroyed this excuse. I just didn't think that there would be a terrorist hiding on my ship. Vatler smiled, his words infuriating. When I noticed it, the Black Death Emperor faction had already attacked me. I couldn't beat them, so I had to abandon the yacht and escape. That's how lucky I am. He didn't expect there to be a terrorist on his yacht. Couldn't beat them? Abandoned the yacht and escaped? Escaped with his life? A 9th-grade noble vampire managed to survive in the hands of a group of terrorists who hadn't even reached 8th grade? Why did they come here to stop him? Very good. His heart calmed down. Wu Yan looked at the smiling Vatler. Suddenly, a crimson spatial ripple appeared under Wu Yan's right hand. I hope so. You can continue to be lucky. Ha ha. Vatler covered his face as his body trembled. A burst of uncontrollable laughter escaped from the gaps of his fingers. Along with the ferocious swirling of mana, the laughter reverberated around Vatler's body. 3 python-like fluorescent serpents formed from Vatler's magic power. They coiled their bodies and flew up. They collided in midair and merged like water. Then a light dragon with spikes on its back, missing its horns and limbs, and covered in black scales appeared and circled around Vatler. Finally, I can fight with you again. The mysterious 5th primogenitor. Like a fanatical believer, Vatler suppressed the wild excitement in his heart as his voice reverberated through the air. Compared to an ancient weapon that can kill a primogenitor, I would much rather fight a primogenitor. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? His blue eyes turned crimson red. Vatler ripped off his sunglasses and crushed them. He stared at Wu Yan with a look of ecstasy on his face. Come. Let's continue where we left off last time. Not over? Wu Yen snickered. He held the gate of Babylon in the palm of his hand. A red spear came out of the gate of Babylon and landed in his hand. You're wrong, Vatler. The last battle ended with my victory. This time you'll lose even faster. Huh? Vatler paused. He looked at the red spear in Wu Yan's hand. What is that? You will find out soon enough. Wu Yan's magic power abruptly shrunk after he said that. Vatler's expression stiffened. He manipulated his familiar and threw a mana vortex behind him. The glowing light dragon swung its body like a whip. Under the guidance of its host, the heavily armored body of the light dragon transformed into the most direct form of a savage beast. Withstanding the ferocious force that caused the space to tremble, the light dragon charged forward and crashed into Vatler's back. Wu Yen appeared out of thin air with a red spear in his hand. His expression didn't change at all when he saw the vassal beast charging at him. Stomping on the air, Wu Yen charged forward with his tiny body that is incomparable to Guanglong's. Leaping into the air, the spear in his hand thrusted forward with a ferocious momentum. It's as if he's aiming at an iron rod. He thrusted forward with all his might. Vatler almost smiled mockingly at the sight of this. Vassal beasts were a collection of mana. To deal with a vassal beast, one had to use mana that was even more powerful than the vassal beast's mana to neutralize the vassal beast's mana. It wasn't that there weren't any methods that were effective against mana in this world, but there weren't many of them. Vatler, who had lived as a vampire for a long time, knew almost all of them. However, he had never seen this red spear before. However, Vatler did not hold back. Let me have a taste. The blood of the fifth primogenitor. What does it taste like? As Vatler roared, the light dragon charged forward and collided with the red spear that was as thin as a needle. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Ding! The red spear pierced through the massive body of the familiar, accurately landing on its forehead. At the point of impact, a ripple of energy rippled outwards, followed by a crisp sound that reverberated through the small alleyway. Then, bang! Guanglong's familiar was powerful enough to turn the entire Itagami Island into rubble. Guang! It disintegrated into nothingness. Wu Yen blocked the vassal beast of the vampire who is said to be the closest to a primogenitor with a single strike. What? Vatler's smile froze on his face. The impact created a tornado that blew away everything in its path. Wu Yen charged forward with the red spear in hand. His expression didn't change. He arrived in front of Vatler. Raising his head, Guanglong stared at the stunned Vatler. He gripped the spear with both hands and thrust it at Vatler. Bang! Vatler looked like he had been hit by an invisible meteorite. He howled in pain as he was sent flying backwards. Bam! His perfectly proportioned body was like an arrow that had left the bow. With a burst of air-piercing sounds, he flew out at an extremely fast speed and crashed into the wall at the end of the alley. He broke through layer after layer of hard rocks and smashed onto the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep pit and dense smoke and dust. The broken rocks did not even have the chance to land on Vatler as they were blown away by the violent impact. Not long after, only Vatler's grotesquely twisted body was left lying in the crater. His spine had been completely broken. Less than 10 seconds have passed since the start of the battle. In 10 seconds, Vatler, the closest vampires to a primogenitor, has been defeated. Vatler opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. His pupils were dilated and his lips were slightly opened. In the air, 3 words filled with disbelief were spat out by him with difficulty. Impossible. Chapter 922. Impossible. The pain from his waist didn't cover up the shock in Vatler's heart. Lying in the hole full of cracks, he still hadn't realized that he had lost the battle. It's not like Vatler hasn't tried losing before. A few days ago he lost to Wu Yen as well. He lost just as badly as he did this time. Back then Wu Yen did summon vassal beasts that vampires rely on to survive. Vatler didn't feel dejected when he lost, in fact he was very happy. He's confident in his own power, but compared to having someone to kill time with, he would much rather have someone to kill time with. But this time, Vatler could no longer maintain his composure. He had lost without even knowing why. Vatler allowed his broken ribs to slowly heal as he struggled to lift his head. He looked at Wu Yen, who was standing in front of him with a spear in hand. He asked in a hoarse voice, "That spear?" Wu Yen watched as Vatler's handsome face was ruined by the blood he spat out. Wu Yen looked down at him for a bit. He raised the red spear in his hand. It's called the Fantasy Killer. Fantasy Killer? That's right. That's right. Wu Yen caressed the spear and explained, as the name suggests, it's a killer that kills all illusions. It's a killer that can wipe out all illusions. It has the effect of erasing all abilities such as superpowers and magic. Wu Yen looked at the stunned Vattler and smirked. Of course, that includes familiars made of magic. A superpower that can obliterate everything. Vattler stared at the spear in Wu Yan's hand. He laughed out loud in a mocking manner. He was so happy that he looked like a madman. Ah, so that's how it is. And here I thought that the Lion King organization's 7 assault demon subduing machine gun, that is engraved with the divine spark vibration wave driving tactic, is already the nemesis of us vampires. I never thought that there would be such a weapon in this world. Erase all abilities, ha ha ha. The 5th true ancestor that appeared out of nowhere, and this divine weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Vattler coughed a few times and twisted his body. He did not care about his broken waist and forced himself to get up. He knelt on one knee and stared at Wu Yen with his crimson eyes. Who are you? Following Vattler's question, the crowd fell into a deathly silence. He glanced at Vattler, who was still recovering. Wu Yen snorted. Do you care? I thought you were happy as long as there was someone to play with? Ha ha. Ha ha. Vattler paused for a second, then forced an ugly smile. He laughed. You're right. My divine weapon, the Fantasy Killer, defeated me in one hit? Interesting, isn't it? You're the one who got careless. Wu Yen coldly said. If you didn't think too highly of yourself and underestimated the Fantasy Killer, you wouldn't have lost so quickly. Indeed, Vattler had lost so quickly because he didn't know what Fantasy Killer was capable of. His most powerful familiar had been destroyed in an instant, catching him off guard. If it happened again, even if Wu Yen used the Fantasy Killer, it wouldn't be easy to kill Vattler, who was 1 or 2 levels higher than him, in 10 seconds. Vattler snickered in response to Wu Yan's statement. He looked very ferocious. Who knows? But thanks to you, I've really enjoyed myself to the fullest this time. Vattler turned his head to look at the artificial island and smiled happily. Since I've had a lot of fun, you can have Nalacuvula, Wu Yen. As expected, compared to the incomplete 4th primogenitor, your blood is more worth devouring. With that, Vattler supported his body, which had yet to fully recover, and used the special ability of a vampire. He instantly turned into a golden mist and disappeared on the spot. Bam! A second after Vattler left, a muffled sound rang out and the area he was in collapsed. The ground was crushed into powder and the crater almost doubled in size. Tisk. Wu Yen put away Fantasy Killer and he confirmed that Vattler's aura is no longer here. He smacked his lips in annoyance and he tossed the spear away. Fantasy Killer returned to the gate of Babylon with a burst of crimson spatial ripples. Damn you, Vattler. You've wasted my time. I won't be so lucky next time. With that, Wu Yen looked at the man-made island that was still emitting black smoke. He turned around and disappeared from where he stood. Kaboom! Ah! A roar similar to an explosion reverberated throughout the artificial island, rolling up bursts of fire and exploding flames. Black smoke filled the air and screams reverberated in the space. The ground shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Flying iron pieces scattered like raindrops, smashing into the bodies of the Special Administrative Region Garrison team members, causing many to be injured. Flames engulfed many areas of the battlefield. What's going on? As soon as he arrived here, the hellish scene that looked like it was bombarded by landmines came into his view. Wu Yen jumped in fright. Is the battle this intense? Just as Wu Yen finished his sentence as if to answer his question, a delicate yet authoritative voice came from behind him. Before you even arrived, the battle had already escalated. Natsuki walked out of the void behind Wu Yen with a parasol in hand. She glared at him with a displeased look. Didn't I tell you to stay in school? Why are you still here? Why is this happening? Hearing Natsuki's words, Wu Yen knew that she's not blaming him for leaving the school without permission. She's just unhappy that he allowed her students to be abducted by the Black Death Emperor's men. Normally, Natsuki looked like she didn't care, but in reality she loved her students very much. She was a classic example of a responsible, caring, hard-spoken, soft-hearted teacher. It's all Vattler's fault. Wu Yen bitterly laughed after he spat out those words. Besides, if you knew someone in the school could decipher Nalacuvula's method of control, why didn't you tell me so I could protect her? Natsuki said unhappily, I don't know much either. I just know a little bit. How can I explain it to you? Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Natsuki lifted her head and looked ahead. Enough talk, they're here. Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice and a huge figure appeared from the thick black smoke in front of them. Amidst the mechanical sounds of rising and falling, a strangely shaped machine about 7 to 8 meters tall, with a black gold body and 6 mechanical legs, walked over clumsily. It was like a huge mechanical spider wrapped in armor. Its hemispherical head was buried in an oval body, and there were 2 tentacle-like hooks on its front end. The 6 legs covered in heavy mechanical armor moved forward. Along the way, the wreckage of the buildings and armored vehicles were crushed under its trampling. A dazzling red beam shot out from the center of its crystal-like head and swept across the front. It easily tore apart the ground of the artificial island covered in steel and caused a series of explosions. Unlike its clumsy body, the strange-looking 6-legged mechanical spider released a red beam of light at the speed of light. It swept across everything in front of it. Anything that was hit by the beam of light, such as the ground and armored vehicles, were easily cut apart like thin paper. Then they were blown away together with the intense explosion of flames. Debris and metal shards flew everywhere. Such destructive power far exceeded the standard of normal weapons. It was even stronger than tanks and fighter jets. It was comparable to familiars. Chapter 923. That's Nalakovara? Wu Yan asked Natsuki in a doubtful tone. Are you sure that's a weapon made in ancient times and not something made with advanced technology? Wu Yan asked Natsuki. Are you sure that's a weapon made in ancient times and not something made with advanced technology? What do you think ancient weapons are like? Do you think they're like unevolved apes holding stone tools? Natsuki tilted her head and looked at the mechanical spider, which was Nalakovara. Before the human era, there are still many things that we can't understand. Let's not talk about its appearance, just look at its power. Do you think it's something that can be made with modern technology? That's true. That's true. Wu Yan sighed. Then he started doubting himself. But this isn't enough to call it a weapon that can kill a primogenitor and destroy countless civilizations, right? Do you think I haven't thought about this before? Natsuki's expression became slightly more serious. Nalakovara's current power is indeed incomparable to the rumors. It feels like the rumors have been exaggerated. But I've already tested it, that piece of junk. It can learn from external attacks and evolve its own capabilities. It's immune to all previous attacks. Immune to all previous attacks? Wu Yan frowned. If that's all, it's fine. If we kill it in one go, no matter how much it evolves, it's useless. Natsuki seemed to have a headache. But I didn't expect it to be able to transform the surrounding material elements after being damaged, thereby automatically repairing its own functions. Auto-repair? This time Wu Yan finally took it seriously. Then if it's immune to all previous attacks. Ah. Natsuki nodded, she lowered her voice. Then it's an unbreakable weapon. It's a weapon that can get stronger as it fights. This. Wu Yan didn't know what to say, he shook his head. How troublesome. Not necessarily. Natsuki denied Wu Yan's claim out of the ordinary. She looked at Wu Yan's face with a meaningful look. Nalakovara is troublesome, but it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with it. Doesn't either of your familiars have the ability to make it disappear completely? Ha! Wu Yan looked at Natsuki in surprise. Do you know what kind of ability my familiars have? Well, who knows? Natsuki turned her head away, she said in an irresponsible tone. He smiled and said, I have more or less guessed it. That's impressive. Wu Yan complimented. Natsuki only snorted. If that's the case, hurry up and take care of it. You really know how to order your juniors around. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he quickly smiled and looked at Nalakovara. A glint flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed. Natsuki said. Natsuki was stunned. Not only can it repair itself, but it can also nullify the damage it received once. Wu Yan licked his lips as if he was tempted. Nalakovara, I'm a little interested too. What do you mean? Natsuki turned around to look at him. You want to? Well? Wu Yan didn't explain, he just smiled. You just need to stay here and watch. Wu Yan ignored Natsuki, who was looking at him with a confused expression, and teleported behind Nalakovara. Wu Yan looked at Nalakovara, who was destroying everything around it like a headless fly. He found it funny. Then he extended his hand towards Nalakovra. Clang. Just as Wu Yan's hand was about to touch Nalakovra's body, a wave of light flashed from Nalakovra's body. Wu Yan's hand stopped about 10 centimeters away from Nalakovra. It's as if he got blocked by a thick wall, he couldn't go any further. Wu Yan's hand couldn't go any further. Wu Yan's hand stopped in midair about 10 centimeters away from Nalakovra. It's as if he got blocked by a thick wall, he couldn't advance any further. Is that a barrier? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. Nalakovra took advantage of this moment to move its body. It changed its clumsy way of moving and moved its 6 limbs quickly and nimbly. It turned around and faced Wu Yan. Then, on its semicircular head, a red dot that seemed to act as an eye flashed and stared at Wu Yan. As if it had seen it, Nalakovra's pair of tentacle-like hooks suddenly flashed with red light. Not long after, 2 red light beams shot out from the tips of the hooks, brushing past the evaporated atmosphere and shooting straight toward Xian with a scorching heat. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared from the spot. The 2 red light beams pierced through the afterimage he left behind and swept towards the back without slowing down. Like a flame from a flamethrower, the intense heat plowed 2 charred trenches on the ground. They flashed into the distance and ended the attack with an explosion. Very troublesome indeed. Wu Yan was standing on Nalakovra's back. He looked at the ripples on the barrier under his feet and curled his lips. Looks like I have to deal with this barrier first. Before Wu Yan could finish his sentence, Nalakovra swung its body and flung him away. Wu Yan stopped in midair. He waved his hand and a crimson ripple appeared in the air. A sword hilt emitting a scorching aura came out of the ripple and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Burn until nothing is left. Accompanied by this soft whisper that sounded like a call and also like a declaration, the flames of the red lotus roared and expanded from the blade of Niandian Shana. The fire grew fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the entire sky above the artificial island was enveloped in a sea of fire. The blue sky turned into the color of a red lotus at dusk. Scorching air currents rolled wildly. Shortly after, the sea of fire suddenly shrank and swept towards the center like a whirlpool. Like a thundercloud formed by flames, a red lotus fire pillar shot down from the center of the whirlpool and shot towards Nalakovra like a thunderbolt. Bang! In an instant, the flames spread out in all directions like a ring. All the buildings collapsed in an instant, turning into broken rubble that was carried away by the flaming tornado and violently swept away. The artificial island was left in ruins. That idiot! Natsuki's figure flashed at the edge of the artificial island. She couldn't help but curse as she looked at the ruins that were burning in a sea of fire. He went overboard. No matter how much Natsuki grumbled, this artificial island will have to be rebuilt even if it doesn't sink. In a corner of the sea of fire, Nalakovra was like a moth that had jumped into a fire. He swung his huge body and kept struggling. The more he struggled, the weaker his strength became. It's not that it can't hold on any longer. It's just that it's starting to become immune to the red lotus flames. It won't be long before it won't feel any discomfort when moving through the red lotus flames. However, the barrier that had been guarding against external attacks had completely disappeared. Wu Yan grabbed Shana and moved to Nalakovra's side. He reached out his hand and placed it on Nalakovra's body. Buzz. In the next second, an invisible wave came from Wu Yan's hand. On the back of his hand, a sword-shaped mark made of red dots appeared. A red light enveloped Nalakovra's body. Then, the red light turned into red veins that covered Nalakovra's body. Nalakovra seemed to have sensed some danger. His body began to struggle violently. However, it didn't take long for his struggles to subside at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually he completely stopped moving and stood still on the spot. Wu Yan smiled when he saw this. Relic transformation. Done. Chapter 924. The large luxurious yacht Oceanus Grave was currently pacing back and forth on the surface of the sea not far from the artificial island at an extremely slow speed, as if it was patrolling and observing something. The front of the bow of the yacht was facing the artificial island that was emitting flames, constantly rising and falling. In the deepest part of the ocean grave is the cargo hold. The space that should be enough to fill a few trucks is now filled to the brim with machines covered in thick armor. Other than the empty space in front of the ship, there's only a gap the size of a person between the machines. One can imagine how big they are. And their appearance was even more unforgettable. They have 6 mechanical legs that look like giant nails, two tentacles that look like spiders and red glowing eyes on their heads. The machines here are all Nalakovaras. However, from the looks of it, these Nalakovaras are still in hibernation. They haven't been activated. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were a total of 5 Nalakovaras here. Each of them was the same size as the one that was causing a ruckus outside. However, behind the 5 Nalakovaras in a row, deep in the depths of the forest, there was another Nalakovara. It seems like there is an even bigger monster placed there. Although it was covered in the same armor as the other Nalakovalas, it was a mechanical body that was covered in armor. However, this monster was twice the size of the other Nalakovalas. It had the same mechanical limbs, but its body was bigger. Its head was not placed at the front of the body. Instead, it was placed at the top of the body like a 3-pronged crown. On top of it, there was a long and slender gun barrel that looked like a launcher. If someone who doesn't know the situation were to see this, they would be shocked. They would be in for a shock. One Nalakovala almost destroyed the artificial island. If it was allowed to enter Itagami City, the city would be destroyed as well. If there were 6 Nalakovalas, plus the one that looked even more powerful, then it would be a total disaster. The warlord's domain, which is several times bigger than Itagami City, will be destroyed. When that happens, the Black Death Emperor faction will have achieved their goal. From this, the rumor of the Nalakovaras destroying countless civilizations isn't an exaggeration. As for whether or not they can kill the primogenitor, that remains to be seen. However, it doesn't matter to the Black Death Emperor faction. Compared to killing the first true ancestor, the true goal of the Black Death Emperor faction was to destroy the Treaty of the Sacred Domain. And if the first true ancestor's territory, the warlord domain, were to be destroyed, if the first primogenitor's domain is destroyed, the Treaty of Sanctuary will be destroyed. The world will be engulfed in the flames of war. In other words, whether it was the Orc Doctrine or the Vampire Commander, these were only secondary issues. The Black Death Emperor faction only wanted to stir up a war. At least, that was the current Black Death Emperor faction. At the top of Nalakovala's head, a man in military uniform stood there. His face was scarred and his hair was almost white. He looked at the ancient weapon below with a burning gaze. Soon our war will begin. His hands clenched into fists behind his back. He stared at the largest Nalakovara. That's the center of all the Nalakovaras. It's the commander of the Nalakovaras. As long as he could sit inside and successfully control it, the rest of the Nalakovalas would obey the orders of the commander. Through this, he could control an entire Nalakovala team. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the man in uniform picked up a communication device. How's the decoding of the command coming along? It won't be long before they're all done. A powerful voice came from the communication device. The man in military uniform couldn't help but smile evilly. What about the Nalakovaras outside? They were making a ruckus just now. The voice on the other side of the communicator seemed to be a little excited. It was obvious that he was also a militant. But now, the artificial island has been covered by a sea of fire. I can't see the situation inside. They should still be making a ruckus. Sea of fire? Contrary to the other party's excitement, the man's expression froze and he frowned. Why would a sea of fire appear? Well, we're a little far from there, so we can't see it clearly. Maybe some large flammable items were affected? Hearing the other party's words, the man in military uniform didn't seem relieved at all. Instead, his brows were tightly knitted together as a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. No, something is not right. Following the ominous premonition in his heart, the man in the military uniform said to the communicator, "You guys go to the artificial island and check out the situation." As soon as the man in the military uniform said that, a mocking voice was suddenly heard from below. "Don't bother." "Who is it?" The man in the military uniform narrowed his eyes and looked down. On the open space in front of the Nalakovalas, who were lined up in a row, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was looking up at him with a pair of wine-red eyes that contained a smile. A faint smile hung on his face, causing the man in the military uniform to feel a chill in his heart. When did this person get here? He didn't notice at all. "So you're Christopher? You're Gardosius, right?" The man in the military uniform, Christopher Gardosius, looked shocked. Wu Yen grinned when he saw how shocked Gardos was. "I can't believe you hid so well. It took me a lot of time to find you." Gardosius regained his composure and his expression gradually returned to normal. "Who are you?" "Attack officer." Wu Yen stopped smiling and shrugged. "Although I'm only an apprentice, I see. Gardosius raised his eyebrows. You found this place? I didn't expect an attack officer from Itagami Island to violate the treaty and trespass on a legally protected ship. You can sue me, Wu Yen said. I don't mind. That won't do. Gardos sneered as he grabbed a military dagger from his back and roared loudly. Because we're terrorists. As he roared, Gardonio's body began to swell, as if something was drilling out of his body. In just a moment, his whole body was covered in fur, and his slightly aged head turned into a ferocious beast's head. With a loud shout, Gardos leaped up like a bullet and arrived in front of Wu Yen. He swung his military dagger towards Wu Yan's head with bulging veins on his arm. He's going for the kill. However, Wu Yen kept a smile on his face. He leaned to the side and Gardosius's dagger grazed his shoulder with a sonic boom. You're pretty strong, you're pretty fast too. You're pretty good with your dagger too, as expected of a soldier from the War King's domain. Wu Yen danced around like he was dancing. He placed his hand on Gardos' shoulder and Gardos' hair stood on end. Too bad you're only peak tier 7, not tier 8. You're still too early to be my opponent. What's peak tier 7? Before Gardosius could finish his question, a series of crackling electric sounds entered his ears. Then, a violent blue and white electric light filled his entire vision and flashed on his body. Ah! Along with the sound of electricity, Gardos howled in pain. When the electric light dimmed, his whole body was charred black. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Wu Yen clapped his hands and pursed his lips. I thought the beastman's body could hold on for a while longer. How fragile? He turned around and looked at the 5 Nalakuvalas and the commander. Wu Yen giggled. Well, but I'll accept your results without hesitation. Chapter 925. On the artificial island, a lot of special region guards were busy working there. They are trying to extinguish the sea of fire. The fully armed guards have turned into firefighters. They are carrying heavy hoses and bottles of fire extinguishers. With the help of the surrounding fire trucks, they are approaching the center of the sea of fire. They are trying to put out the flames on the artificial island. The size of the artificial island may not be as big as Itagami Island, but it's not small either. It wouldn't be easy to extinguish all the fire here, of course, compared to the previous life and death battle. Although the work of extinguishing the fire was much heavier and more tiring, it was a lot easier for them. After all, there would not be any danger. It was believed that compared to a life and death battle, no one would dislike this tiring and heavy work. Bang! Wu Yen tossed Gardos to the ground. He turned to Natsuki and asked, "What should we do with this guy?" Gardos was a terrorist from Battle Monarch's domain and the current leader of Black Death Emperor faction. Black Death Emperor faction was quite famous in Battle Monarch's domain. Of course, the people of Battle Monarch's domain wouldn't let Itagami City deal with such a serious criminal. Natsuki sighed and said helplessly, "Lock him up for now. No matter what, he has caused us a lot of trouble." Wu Yen nodded nonchalantly. This old man has nothing to do with him. How he deals with him is none of his business. Who cares if he lives or dies? Natsuki raised her head when she saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression. By the way, where is Nalakuvala? Who knows? Wu Yen waved his hand and pointed at the sea of fire. Maybe he turned into ashes. Oh. Natsuki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen as if she could see through his thoughts. She stared at Wu Yen. Wu Yen shrugged in a calm manner. At the very least, if you can't hear his thumping heart, he would look like he's at peace with the situation. Natsuki waved the fan in her hand and turned around. Since he turned into ashes, it's best if we don't let him appear again. Otherwise, the people in Itagami Island won't want to be left out. They will be tempted to make a move. Wu Yen grinned and he turned around as well. He and Natsuki had their backs to each other and neither of them said anything. Wu Yen knows that many ambitious people will be tempted by a weapon that can destroy countless civilizations. If it wasn't for the fact that Nalakuvala's control method couldn't be deciphered, a lot of people would have gotten involved, including Itagami Island's higher-ups. Now, the Black Death Emperor sect had openly used Nalakuvala once. Those who have designs on this ancient weapon should take action. If Nalakuvala is discovered by the city's security forces, Itagami Island will become the center of conflict. From this perspective, Nalakuvala being turned into a noble phantasm and became Wu Yan's noble phantasm. It's a good thing for both Wu Yan and the others. After all, any weapon he turned into a noble phantasm can't escape his control. Even if he doesn't know how to control Nalacuvula, they will still obey his orders. In other words, Wu Yin has basically turned himself into a commander. He just has to be careful not to use them carelessly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Far away from the artificial island, there's a building with a wide view. On the rooftop, Vattler looked at the artificial island that was engulfed in flames and his yacht that was drifting on the surface of the sea like a headless fly. He couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Looks like they had a lot of fun. If only I could join them. Vattler muttered to himself. He smiled and turned his head away. Well, I've enjoyed myself to my heart's content. There's nothing to regret. Vattler's voice got softer and softer. He pulled his gaze away from the horizon. Because behind him, there was a young girl whose face was covered by a pair of glasses. Her expression was completely unclear and the light reflected off her glasses. She slowly walked over and she was wearing a uniform, Saikai Academy student uniform. Vattler didn't even turn his head, as if he already knew the girl's identity and said it without hesitation. Silence Destroyer, huh? Or is it better to call you the Lion King organization's third saint? Just as Vattler had said, this girl in the Rainbow Sea Academy uniform was one of the 3 highest decision-makers in the Lion King organization. She was one of the so-called 3 saints. In fact, the reason why Yukaina came to Itagami Island was because of this young girl. However, Yukaina probably didn't know that one of her superiors was hiding in her school. Hearing Vattler's words of admiration and mockery, the girl's face under her spectacles changed, but her tone didn't change at all. As long as you like it. She glanced at Vattler's tattered clothes and continued. But you seem to have done a lot of things that others don't know about. It's interesting. Vattler smiled foolishly. He finally looked at the girl. Is that so? The girl paused for a moment before handing a document to Vattler. This is a document from Warlord's domain. Vattler raised an eyebrow and took the document from the young lady's hand. Before he could open it, the silent young lady spoke again. I have a question. Vattler's hands paused for a moment before he nodded as if nothing had happened. He gestured for the girl to continue. The young girl asked after a moment of silence as usual. Is the Black Death faction's operation under the orders of that Great One? As the words that Lord came out from the young lady's mouth, the atmosphere of the scene changed. Even the young lady's emotionless tone seemed to have lowered a little. For a moment, it actually caused the air to become somewhat cold. However, Vattler's expression did not change from the beginning to the end. Even his tone did not change. The commotion this time was caused by my personal interest. Vattler added with an indecipherable smile. Let's just treat it like that for now. The girl lowered her head. Then let's change the question. The young lady's gaze landed on Vattler's body as if she was sizing him up. To be more precise, she was looking at his new body. His skin was smooth and clean, and his clothes were nowhere to be seen. Her wide spectacles glinted with a bright light. What kind of person is able to make you like this? She had no choice but to ask this question. She knew what kind of person Vattler was. To put it simply, he was a very dangerous person. There were only 4 primogenitors in the world. They were the strongest beings in the world. The 4th primogenitor wasn't fully awakened, but that didn't lower her evaluation of the primogenitors. Disregarding the 4th true ancestor who had yet to fully awaken and the other 3 powerful true ancestors, Vattler, who always had a harmless smile on his face, was the most powerful vampire in the entire world. If he went all out, the gap between him and the other 3 primogenitors wasn't the same as the other vampires. That's why he was called the vampire closest to a primogenitor. There was no doubt that Vattler's strength was at the forefront of this world. Even so, he had appeared in front of him in such a state. If this was the result of a battle, then what kind of person could have caused Vattler to become like this? The girl had to ask. Vattler paused for a moment and smiled. It was a smile that had never appeared since the girl appeared. It was a smile that was completely different from her previous casual smile. It was a sincere smile. An interesting person. An interesting person? Yes. Vattler stopped looking at the document in his hand. He turned around and looked at the burning artificial island. An interesting person. The girl followed Vattler's actions and looked at the burning artificial island. After a long time, she lowered her head and remained silent. Chapter 926. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area. Nighttime. She was holding a bowl in her hand, and there was a platter of freshly cooked dishes on the table. However, Nagisa remained in the same posture as she held the bowl. She didn't touch her chopsticks and she sat there in a daze. It was as if her soul had left her body, and her mind was filled with thoughts. She was completely devoid of her usual lively and adorable self. Guqing didn't stop eating, but his tired eyes never left Nagisa. Seeing his sister in such a bad mood, he was puzzled. This was the first time he saw her like this. Since the day he had Nagisa as a sister, Nagisa had always been a lively, cheerful, talkative and cute little sister. Whether it was before or now, Nagisa had never behaved so strangely. In the past, Nagisa always had a smile on her face. Unlike now, this wasn't like her at all. Nagisa, what's wrong? Guqing stopped eating. He looked at the dazed Nagisa and asked worriedly, Nagisa, what's wrong? Nagisa was still in a daze. She didn't hear Guqing at all. Nagisa. Nagisa. Guqing frowned and waved his hand in front of Nagisa's face. He raised his voice. Nagisa. Nagisa was startled by Guqing's sudden raise of his voice. She came back to her senses and saw Guqing's worried expression. Nagisa quickly regained her smile. What's wrong? Guqing? Huh? I should be the one asking that question. Guqing grew more and more worried after seeing Nagisa's reaction. What's wrong, Nagisa? You don't look energetic. And no, of course not. Nagisa forced an unnatural smile under Guqing's aggressive gaze. She turned her gaze away. This time. No matter how low Guqing's EQ was, he was certain that Nagisa had something on her mind. Nagisa. Guqing put down his chopsticks. He met Sasa's vision seriously. If there's anything, you can talk to me? Nagisa nodded. Nagisa hesitated for a moment but shook her head. No, it's really nothing. Really? Guqing was doubtful. It's true. Seeing Guqing's doubtful expression, Yi Zichen said. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and knocked on the plate in front of her. All right, let's eat. Nagisa did not give Guqing a chance to speak. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating quickly. Guqing stared at her with worry in his eyes. That's the gist of it. In Yukina's house, Koju knelt down and told Kotori and Yukaina what happened last night. Kotori and Yukaina looked at each other after hearing Koju's story. You're right, Nisa-chan has been a little different lately. Yukaina pondered for a moment before continuing. She's not as cheerful and talkative as she used to be. Sometimes she even gets distracted in class and doesn't realize that she's almost walking into a wall when she's walking. There was one time when she almost got hit by a car when she didn't look at the road. I have the same feeling. Kotori narrowed her eyes. She grabbed the pearl in her mouth and didn't put it in her mouth. Nagisa seems to have something on her mind. Is that so? Did you notice it? Guqing nodded his head in frustration. This has been going on for a few days now. She doesn't look any different from before, but she's always spacing out for no reason. She doesn't even have the energy to eat. This isn't like her at all. There must be something wrong with Nagisa, but she doesn't seem to want to be honest with me at all. Guqing prostrated himself on the ground. That's why I'm begging you. Goku. Yukaina. With a pleading expression, Guqing said pitifully, please help me talk to Nagisa. You're both girls and good friends. Nagisa should be willing to share her troubles with you. Please help me. Kotori and Yukaina sighed. Kotori and Yukaina smiled bitterly. Senpai, don't worry. Yukaina said. I'm also worried about Nagisa-chan. I'll help you. Well? Kotori bit her lollipop and waved her hand. Let's try asking Nagisa and see if we can get anything out of her. Thank you so much. Guqing was so moved that he cried out. As he was too emotional, he knocked his head hard against the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Kotori and Yukaina couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. That night, Kotori and Yukaina called Nagisa to Yukina's home. Yukina's expression was tense. Her back was straight and her face was stern. She gave off a strange feeling of oppression. Kotori was much more casual, but her eyes were locked on Nagisa. Nagisa was intimidated by their auras, so she shrank back a little. Kotori-chan. Yukina-chan. Nagisa raised her hand weakly. Why are you looking for me? Kotori glanced at Nagisa before exchanging a glance with Yukaina. She was the first to speak. Nagisa, you seem a bit off lately. Nagisa was surprised, but she waved her hand. Oh, what's wrong with me? Nagisa is still the same as before. Nagisa-chan, you can't be like this. Yukaina moved her head closer to Nagisa. We're friends, you can't lie to a friend. Nagisa opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but when she saw how serious Yukaina was, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Nagisa glanced at Kotori and pursed her lips. She lowered her head like a child who did something wrong. "I'm sorry, Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan." Kotori and Yukaina breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Nagisa lowering her head and apologizing. They finally smiled. "Nagisa-chan." Yukaina held Nagisa's hand and asked gently, "What's troubling you? Tell us, we'll help you." "This?" Nagisa's eyes flashed with a trace of distress. She looked at Kotori, who was also looking at her. A small teardrop appeared at the corner of her eye. Kotori and Yukaina didn't say anything either. They stared at Nagisa, waiting for her to speak. Nagisa clenched her teeth. Their reaction made her suppress her worries for a long time come back to her. "Kotori-chan." Nagisa turned to face Kotori and closed her eyes as if she had made up her mind. Then she started sobbing, her voice filled with guilt. "I'm sorry." Kotori froze. She asked in confusion, "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" "Kotori-chan." Nagisa pouted. She looked sad. "Nagisa wronged Kotori-chan." "Something wrong?" Kotori was stunned. Nagisa didn't look like she was faking it. She frowned. "What happened?" Nagisa flinched and bit her lips in fear. Yukaina, who was holding her hand, could feel Nagisa's trembling hand. Yukaina tightened her grip on Nagisa's hand as if to give her courage. She looked at her with an encouraging smile on her face. Feeling the warmth from Yukina's hand, Nagisa's courage increased. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to throw caution to the wind and yelled out loud. "I kissed Sensei. I kissed Sensei. I kissed Sensei. I kissed Sensei. I kissed Sensei." In the hall, Nagisa's venting voice reverberated clearly in the hall. Kotori and Yukaina heard it. The two girls' pupils dilated and their expressions changed drastically. In the end, they became sluggish. Chapter 927. The air froze. Kotori and Yukaina fell silent as they stared at Nagisa, who just finished her speech with her eyes closed. She didn't even dare to look them in the eye. "Nagisa-chan." Yukaina carefully lifted her head and forced a smile. "What you said just now, if I didn't hear wrongly, should be kissing the teacher, right?" "Ah, yes." Nagisa didn't bother to hide her voice as if she had given up on herself. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she shouted. Her voice was loud enough to shake the entire hall. "Didn't the school get attacked by beastmen a few days ago?" Nagisa was scared and didn't escape with Yukina-chan in time. "That's when we saw the two beastmen." Nagisa lowered her head and blushed as she recalled the events of the past. "Nagisa, I was scared, very scared. To calm me down, Sensei kissed me." Nagisa raised her head and clasped her hands together. "Kotori-chan, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Nagisa didn't do it on purpose." I. Yukaina didn't know what to do. She looked at Kotori and Nagisa, but she didn't know what to say. She sat down in a corner and panicked. She kissed her sensei? This is a huge blow to the innocent Yukaina. Kotori, on the other hand. She looked at Nagisa blankly for a while before chuckling awkwardly. She whispered, "So you're saying, Nagisa, you've been acting strangely these past few days because you kissed Oniai-chan? You feel sorry for me, so?" "Amei-chan." Nagisa nodded anxiously. She sneaked a glance at Kotori, waiting for her to scold her. She was prepared to ruin her relationship with Kotori. However, Kotori's reaction stunned her. Kotori's face flushed red. Her shoulders trembled and her petite body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this scene, Kotori's eyes widened. Nagisa and Yukaina thought Kotori was angry. Nagisa closed her eyes again, but what they saw was... Unable to hold back, Kotori finally raised her head. He burst out laughing. You. Kotori held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. "That's the reason?" Nagisa and Yukaina were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and their eyes became blank. They had expected Kotori to be furious. He had expected Kotori to break off their friendship, but he never expected it. In the end, all he got was a burst of laughter. What was going on? Could it be that he was so angry that he lost his mind? Nagisa and Yukina's confusion turned into nervousness. Nagisa rushed to Kotori's side and grabbed her hand. "Kotori-chan, it's all my fault. You can do whatever you want to me, but please don't be like this." "What are you thinking?" The smart Kotori naturally sensed their thoughts. She rolled her eyes at them, but the smile in her eyes lingered for a long time. Nagisa, you're so cute. Kotori gave a comment that confused Nagisa and Yukaina. Kotori-chan, aren't you angry? Nagisa shrunk her head and emphasized. I kissed sensei lips to lips. That doesn't count, right? Yukaina smiled awkwardly as if she was trying to smooth things over. Sensei only wanted Nagisa-chan to calm down, so he had no choice but to do it. All right, you two don't look like you're afraid I'll get angry. Kotori's expression relaxed. She opened a treasure, casually. Just because of a kiss, you've been acting so strangely lately. Nagisa, you're really cute, it's just a kiss? Nagisa blinked. She didn't know how she should react now. Oh, it's just a kiss. Logically speaking, it's normal to be angry when the person you like kissed another girl, right? Nagisa witnessed the relationship between Kotori and Wu Yen. They're not just normal siblings, they're lovers. Not only was Kotori not angry, she even said it was just a kiss. Nagisa had never been in a relationship before, so she wasn't sure what was going on with Kotori. Nagisa didn't know that Kotori's so-called lover had done it countless times, let alone kissing other girls. And it wasn't just one girl either. If Kotori would get angry just because he kissed another girl, she would have been pissed to death. Kotori's red eyes turned and she smiled devilishly. Then, Nagisa, do you like my brother? Nagisa was shocked. Yukaina was also shocked. The two looked at Kotori in disbelief. It took a while for Nagisa to react. She waved her hands frantically. And no, don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Kotori interrupted Nagisa with a mischievous grin. Yukaina already said that friends shouldn't lie. If you lie to me, I'll really get angry. Nagisa was taken aback for a moment before she finally calmed down. She rubbed her hands together and pondered for a moment before shaking her head and giving an answer. I don't know either. Nagisa didn't know how to feel about this. Originally she had a phobia of demons. Although she didn't hate demons, it was impossible for her to get along with them peacefully. The first time she met Wu Yen, Nagisa showed her fear of demons. At that time she was only afraid of Wu Yen. When Wu Yen became her teacher and showed a humorous and gentle personality, Nagisa became curious about him. Coupled with Wu Yan's heaven-defying cooking skills and the time they spent together, Nagisa gradually accepted Wu Yen. She finally let go of her fear and accepted him. But that's all. That day when the Black Death Emperor faction attacked, Wu Yen used extreme methods to force Nagisa to calm down. Nagisa's pure curiosity and acceptance were messed up. Nagisa didn't know how she should face Wu Yen. She didn't know what kind of emotions she should be feeling. Kotori narrowed her eyes into crescents and spoke. Her words shocked Nagisa and Yukaina. So that's how it is. Nagisa, why don't you woo big brother? Wah. Nagisa was stunned. Wu-sensei. Yukaina was confused. No matter what, he's your first kiss, right? Kotori said. Since you don't know how you feel about big brother, why don't you try? Maybe you'll get an answer? But, Kotori-chan. Nagisa stuttered. Sensei, isn't he your lover? It doesn't matter. Kotori said. I don't mind. Kotori didn't scare Nagisa to death. Nagisa widened her eyes. But he's my sensei, Nagisa. Kotori looked at him as if she expected better from him. He's a vampire, his life is endless. Do you need to care about age and identity? We're just teacher and student, we're siblings. Kotori put her hands on Nagisa's shoulders and smiled. So, Nagisa, don't worry and go after him. Don't worry. Kotori's eyes lit up as if she's back in Ratatoskr. I'll help you. Nagisa's mouth opened wide. Her mind went blank when she saw how eager Kotori was to make her love rival. She didn't even know how she got home. As for Yukaina, her worldview was destroyed when she saw the ridiculous scene. Her head almost exploded. She remained in a daze until the sun went down. Chapter 928. Ha! Wu Yen exclaimed when he saw the document in his hand. Apprentice? Become an attack mage? Why are you so surprised? Natsuki raised her head as if blaming him for making a fuss over nothing. Don't you want to be an attack mage? No, that's not it. Wu Yen shook his head out of reflex. When he came back to his senses, he became confused. Then why would they want to make me an attack mage for no reason? It's not for no reason. Natsuki knocked on the table with her fan and said calmly, your performance in the Black Death Emperor faction incident has been reported to the higher-ups, including your success in stopping Nalacuvala's attack and arresting Kristoff. Galdonius, the higher-ups of Itagami Island have decided to make you an official member. Congratulations. From today onwards you are officially an attack mage officer. As soon as Natsuki's voice fell. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Obtained 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points and summoning points. Character. Wu Yen equipment points, 7 170 item points, 1265000 ability points, 6,000 summoning points, 7 300 level, 80. The system notification rang in the depths of Wu Yan's mind, informing him of the situation. Everything he had seen and heard was real. Phew. He heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Yan smiled as he scanned the document. I thought I almost burned down the entire artificial island. I thought I would be punished more than rewarded. You didn't just almost. You burned down the entire artificial island. Natsuki splashed a bucket of cold water on him and snorted. The higher-ups put all the blame on the Black Death Emperor faction for the loss of the artificial island, and as the commander of the Black Death Emperor faction as for the compensation, Gardos took away. The Battle King's domain has already paid for the loss of the artificial island. How could those guys above still push the blame to you? That's realistic. Wu Yan was speechless. He looked at Natsuki. Now that I'm an attack mage, what about the real assignment? What? Do you hate staying here? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Natsuki's voice. A dangerous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Is it hard for you to be a teacher? Of course not. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed sheepishly. It's just that I have to ask. It's a job after all. Natsuki turned her head away, picked up the cup on the table and drank the black tea. Even though you're an attack mage, you're still assigned to Saikai Academy. If you're dissatisfied, you can talk to the higher-ups. It's not that I'm dissatisfied. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. It's my first time being an attack mage. Don't look at me. My grades were terrible when I was a student. Now that you're asking me to do it, it doesn't feel real. Is that so? Natsuki. Natsuki. A smile appeared on her face. But why did I hear that the liberal arts teacher of the 3rd grade C class in the middle school is very popular? That's because those kids are greedy and playful. Wu Yan laughed as he scolded her. I am the one who brought them food and got along well with them. That's why I became like this. Wu Yan looked at Natsuki and he flashed her a grin that made Natsuki feel disgusted. If you go and play with your students, I believe that by tomorrow, the most popular person in the entire Kaihai Academy will be you. Natsuki's face twitched as she glared at Wu Yan. She looked like she was going to spit fire at him. Natsuki of course knew what Wu Yan meant by that. With her figure and looks, if she were to hang out with a bunch of students, she would be treated like a mascot. It's not like she wouldn't be welcomed. Even though Natsuki doesn't want to admit it, she knows herself very well. If she were to use one word to describe her image, it would be cute. Natsuki, who thinks of herself as a dignified person, can't be happy about it. Under Natsuki's oppressive gaze, Wu Yan couldn't help but take a step back. He laughed awkwardly. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Nayu snorted coldly and continued to enjoy her black tea. She's surprisingly childish. Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to say it. He pursed his lips helplessly and sank his consciousness into the depths of his soul. Instance World, Bloodlust Rampage Instance World Mission, Redemption Mission 1. Become an attack magician in Itagami City, completed, mission reward, 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2. Stop the Ascension Ritual and save the fake angel, Kanase Natsuki. Mission reward, 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 3. Locked. A fake angel? Kanase Natsuki? Who's that? Wu Yan's consciousness went blank for a moment. He closed his eyes and tried to recall the last bits of information he had about the manga. But in the end there was no result. Wu Yan didn't remember much about the manga. Wu Yan sighed and shook his head. He looked at Natsuki and hesitated for a moment. Natsuki, do you know the name Kanase Natsuki? Huh? Natsuki stopped drinking her tea and she looked at Wu Yan with a confused look. Why are you asking? Nothing. Wu Yan came up with a lie that even he didn't believe. Seeing the look of disbelief on Natsuki's face, he had no choice but to explain. I just heard about it. What? You don't know her? Natsuki didn't answer. She looked at Wu Yan with a pensive expression as if she's trying to figure something out. After a while she said something. You have so many secrets that I can't help but want to find out more about you. Wu Yan blinked his eyes and he said the same thing. You mean you want to know more about me? Who wants to know more about you? Natsuki's thoughtful expression instantly collapsed. She had a confused look on her face. Why would you come to such a conclusion? Well, isn't that normal? Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest like it was a given. Aren't you already 26 years old? It's understandable that you would be interested in men. A cross appeared on Natsuki's forehead. It moved along with her eyebrows. Wu Yan didn't see it. He was still talking to himself. Most girls at 26 years old have at least 1 or 2 boyfriends, right? But Natsuki, I don't think it's possible for you to have a boyfriend. Slap, slap, slap. More and more crosses appeared on Natsuki's face. Natsuki's delicate face twisted slightly. No matter what, even if you look like a child, you still have to have a boyfriend. Otherwise, people will treat you like a child. Pa 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 sounds rang out and Nayu's forehead was filled with crosses. But with your current appearance, many people will treat you like a child. Is it because of this that you can't have a boyfriend? Hey, don't tell me you really can't get a boyfriend? Nayu lowered her head and her bangs covered her face. Then, a gloomy voice escaped from her lips. Are you done? Ugh. Wu Yan finally looked at Natsuki. He sensed danger when he saw her blindfolded face. His tone turned cautious. Natsuki. As if replying to Wu Yan, Natsuki raised her head. Her expression was gloomy. She swung her fan at Wu Yan's mouth. Is this the mouth that keeps saying you have a boyfriend? What? Wu Yan shrieked as he dodged the incoming fan. Before he could take a breather though, a cup of black tea with a temperature of over 90 degrees came crashing down on his head. Wu Yan flinched and he used space shift to disappear from where he stood. Natsuki bitterly curled her lips and turned around. After a long time, a sad sentence echoed throughout the office. Boyfriend. How could I have a boyfriend? Chapter 929. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed on his way to the middle school classroom. I wanted to ask her about it, but I got carried away after completing the mission. Natsuki is probably still mad. Wu Yan shook his head and patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Forget it, I just completed the first mission, why should I be in such a rush? I'll ask around later. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan's mood improved and he quickened his pace. Wu Yan didn't notice that in a corner not far behind him, a few figures poked their heads out from behind a wall and looked in his direction. Good, I wasn't discovered. Kotori nodded as she watched Wu Yan walk away. She's wearing Saikai Academy's junior high school uniform. She's wearing this uniform so that she can sneak into Saikai Academy. It's not impossible for an outsider like her to sneak in, but it's a little troublesome. That's why Kotori borrowed Nagisa's uniform. She's about the same size as Nagisa, so she does look like a student wearing it. Speaking of which, Kotori was only 15 years old. In her own world, she was just a middle school student. Even though she was the commander of Ratatosker, she still had to study. After all, her sister Shirori didn't know Kotori's true identity. If she said she didn't want to go to school, she would probably. Shirori even had the urge to hit her. Are you ready? Kotori turned around and looked at Nagisa. Let's start if you're ready. Wait. Nagisa yelled in panic. She twisted her body uneasily and blushed. Is this really okay? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Kotori puffed up her chest with confidence. I used to do this kind of thing. Do this kind of thing? Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Nothing. It's nothing, don't mind it. Kotori waved her hand and pulled Nagisa out of the classroom. Don't worry and go. I'll be here to support you. Nagisa swallowed her saliva involuntarily. Her small face was filled with nervousness, so much so that even her footsteps seemed weak when she walked out of the corner. There was no way she wouldn't be nervous. Nagisa's personality was lively and cheerful. Other than the demons, she liked to make friends with everyone no matter who it was. Nagisa was also good at interacting with others. But this time was different. This time, Nagisa was using the name of courtship to interact with others. No matter how cheerful she is, Nagisa is only 14 or 15 years old. She has feelings for love, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Even for her, at this moment, her heart was beating several times faster than before. Even though Kotori was the one who instigated her to do so, Don't be nervous. You'll lose half the battle if you're nervous. Kotori said as if she's experienced. He said, just act like how you usually do. Walk over and greet him openly. Then give him the things openly. It's okay. We're here to watch, right? Kotori's last sentence was directed at Yukina, who couldn't get a word in. Why yes. Yukina's face was stiff as she nodded awkwardly. Her face was red. It was the first time Yukina encountered something like this. Even if she wasn't the one trying to woo the guy, she was still embarrassed. Yukina still couldn't get over it. She looked at Kotori and asked with a bitter smile. But is this really okay? Yukina couldn't understand. That's the guy she likes, right? He's also her lover, right? But why would Kotori ask another girl to woo her lover? Yukina couldn't understand the meaning behind this action, and judging from Kotori's expression, it seemed like she understood it quite well. This made Yukina's heart feel like it was floating and all kinds of surreal. Does Kotori often help others woo their other halves? Yukina's guess is half correct. As the commander of Ratatosker, Kotori has done a lot of things to help others get the opposite sex. Otherwise, Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi wouldn't have ended up in Wu Yan's arms. What's the point of saying this now? Kotori glanced at Nagisa and Yukina with a decisive expression. Since we've come this far, we have to keep going. That's true. You're right. Nagisa and Yukina both had a conflicted expression. But why do I feel like something's wrong? Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. He's almost gone. Kotori impatiently waved the jewel in her hand and revealed a malicious expression in her commander mode. Then, she pushed Nagisa out of the corner without giving her any chance to protest. Let us begin, Caesar, our date of war. Ah. Nagisa was caught off guard and was pushed out of the room. Kotori grabbed Yukina and ran away without a trace. Seeing this, Nagisa opened her mouth wide and shouted in shock. Didn't you say you were going to support me? Why did you run away? What support? What do you mean run away? At this moment, a confused voice came from behind her, causing her to freeze. What's wrong? Nagisa? Wu Yan blinked when he saw Nagisa's frozen expression. Why are you screaming and yelling? Could it be that some perverted high school student who attacked middle school students is chasing you? This is the attack mage teacher who attacked his own sister as well as a middle school student. Nagisa dryly laughed. She shook her head like a rattled drum. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan's face. Her heartbeat sped up. Nagisa hasn't been alone with Wu Yan since the day she kissed Wu Yan. Nagisa had the urge to run away whenever she thought of that day. Now, the same urge appeared in her heart again. On the contrary, Wu Yan had a calm expression on his face as if he had already forgotten about the events of that day. He looked like one of those heartless bastards who had taken advantage of him and then left. He turned around. It's about time to go to class. Let's go. Nagisa panicked when she heard Wu Yan's words. She subconsciously called out to him. Wait. Wu Yan stopped and turned around. What? Is there a problem? Nagisa. Nagisa forced a smile. She looked around nervously and glanced at Wu Yan. In the end she gave up. Let's do as Kotori-chan says. Sensei. Nagisa raised her head and mustered her last bit of courage. I have something to give you. Something to give me? Wu Yan paused for a second. What is it? Nagisa gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then she raised her hand that had been hiding behind her back. There was a box in her hand. A lunchbox. Nagisa made this herself. Nagisa yelled with her eyes closed as if she was trying to hide her nervousness. Sensei, try it. You made it yourself? Wu Yan looked at Nagisa in surprise. He chuckled. How rare, I didn't expect you to give me a lunchbox. Wu Yan took the lunchbox from Nagisa's hand and shook his head. I thought you only came here to freeload. What? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and looked at Wu Yan angrily. When she saw Wu Yan smile, she panicked and looked away. This is a normal thank you gift. Oh? You're surprisingly polite. Wu Yan touched the still warm lunchbox and waved Nagisa over. Let's go back to the classroom, it's time for lunch. Those brats should be eating already, let's go join in the fun. Oh, okay. Nagisa nodded in a daze, but she quickly recalled Kotori's instructions. She didn't hesitate to repeat what Kotori taught her. Sensei, let me feed you later. Ha. Chapter 930. Nagisa's face was completely red as she picked up a piece of meat from the lunchbox. Her hand trembled as she held the chopsticks, but she still sent it out. Her movements were very stiff and it was obvious that she had never done such a thing before. Teacher, stare. Wu Yen sat at a desk and watched as Nagisa's voice was like a mosquito's. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, it's not because he's not used to girls feeding him. There are still some gentle girls around him. Although he doesn't get to enjoy this kind of treatment a lot, it's not a small amount either. A mere feeding is not something that would make him sweat profusely or make him lose his composure. It was the gazes of the students around him. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Feeling the strange gazes coming from all around him, he grumbled in his heart. Why did things turn out like this? What was this Nagisha thinking? Teacher. Nagisa was embarrassed and disappointed that Wu Yen hadn't done anything in a while. You don't like Nagisa's lunchbox? No. Wu Yen shook his head and refuted. He didn't know what Nagisa was up to, but anyone who wasn't an idiot knew how to respond. Then teacher, why aren't you eating? Nagisa asked aggressively. She seemed to be getting into the mood. However, if she could pay attention to the gazes around her, Wu Yen would be happier. Wu Yen had no choice but to open his mouth. He put the piece of meat in his mouth. The next moment, in the classroom of Grade 3 Class C, there was a burst of exclamations and commotion. He ate it? Teacher ate it? Are you for real? Nagisa and teacher, they? No way, why? Whispers filled with disbelief echoed in the classroom, followed by gazes as if they had seen a ghost. It was very obvious that the scene before their eyes had already caused quite a number of students to be in a mess. He really did it. Is teacher and Nagisa in that kind of relationship? No way, a teacher-student relationship. Katsuki-san, you're so brave. Nagisa, you're amazing, we support you. Nagisa was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She didn't think she would be embarrassed like this one day. The chopsticks in her hand seemed to have become incomparably heavy, causing her movements to slow down several times. The blush on her face grew bigger and her cheeks were burning hot. In the end, Nagisa couldn't hold back her shyness and cast a pleading gaze towards the classroom door. There, Kotori and Yukaina were hiding behind the door. Kotori waved the jewel in her hand when she saw Nagisa looking at her. She wanted Nagisa to continue. As for Yukaina, she couldn't bear to watch this scene. Her best friend was having an affair with her teacher, and her teacher's lover was her best friend who was standing beside her. But now she was encouraging her best friend to go after her lover. It's too absurd, so absurd that Yukaina couldn't wrap her head around it. However, the way Yukaina looked at Wu Yen is changing. If Koju was here, he would have noticed it. Yukaina always looked at him with that kind of gaze. It's like she's looking at a perverted person. Wu Yan's image in Yukina's mind was slowly being replaced by Koju. Even Yukaina knows that Wu Yen is a victim here. Seeing that her two good friends had no intention of saving her, Nagisa was on the verge of tears. She could only force a smile and continue to pick up the food in the lunchbox. Her ruby-like eyes flickered continuously. In the end, she hardened her heart and began another round of feeding Nagisa. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but he decided against it. He sighed and decided to go all out. He focused on enjoying Nagisa's service. The entire Class C was eerily silent. Each and every student stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Some of them were even faintly excited. They felt that everything they were seeing now was too exciting. Not long after, some of the students had already taken out their phones from their pockets and started taking pictures silently. After a strange silence, the classroom was filled with the sound of click, click, click. They didn't even turn off the flashes as they took pictures openly. Both Wu Yen and Nagisa couldn't sit still anymore. Nagisa was the first to react. She screamed in exasperation and threw down the lunchbox in her hand. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand and ran out of the classroom without looking back. The students in the classroom were all stunned. After they came to their senses, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. They ran away. Quick, go after them. Wait. In an instant, the entire classroom was in chaos. One by one, the students ran out of the classroom with faces full of excitement. The sound of panicked footsteps could be heard everywhere. They rushed out of the small classroom door like a school of fish. Kotori jumped out from behind the door and yelled at Yukaina. Quick, let's go after them. Why? Yukaina seemed to be scared by her classmates' enthusiasm. She was stunned. Don't ask. Kotori grabbed Yukina's hand and ran out. Let's go after them. Wait. It's noon. The students who didn't go home and didn't go to the cafeteria were chatting while eating their lunchboxes. As they ate, it was unknown if the food in the cafeteria was not as good as the food at home, but many students stayed in the classroom and enjoyed the lunchboxes they brought. They shared tables with their friends and ate with each other. From time to time, they would tease each other, probably mocking the other party's food for not being as good as theirs. In short, this scene was very harmonious and gave people an unusual sense of tranquility. However, this tranquility was quickly and mercilessly broken by a wave of uproar, causing all of the students to jump in fright. Then they saw, a cute young girl was pulling a boy along as they ran down the corridor of their classroom. Immediately, a group of wolf-like students crazily chased after them. The shouts from their mouths were something that they could not ignore. Stop. Sensei. Akatsuki-san. Sensei. Don't run anymore. If you keep running, we'll spread the news of you attacking your own student. Nagisa. Tell me. Are you chasing after Sensei? Tell us. We won't tell anyone. The above speech was shouted in a loud voice that could be heard by the entire teaching building. Those students who were eating spat out all the food in their mouths when they heard the content of the conversation, spraying the faces of their friends sitting opposite them. Some even choked on the food they had just swallowed and pounded their chests in pain. However, this did not stop their hearts from bursting with gossip. Sensei attacking students? Students chasing after their own sensei? Oh my god. Who? Who is it? Quick, let's catch up and see. Okay, chase. The above statements were made in almost every classroom that was visited by a large group of people who were being chased by a large group. And after a period of chasing, this large group has already visited all the classrooms in the junior high department. From the classrooms, groups of students followed the fish and ran towards the large group that was chasing after them. They even joined in, causing the entire group to become even larger. Not long after, shouts, exclamations, footsteps, and all sorts of sounds reverberated crazily in the entire teaching building of the junior high school, causing the tall teaching building to tremble. Wu Yen and Nagisa had a look of despair on their faces as they looked at the increasing number of pursuers and the unrestrained shouts of their pursuers. Perhaps tomorrow, the rumors of the teacher who laid his hands on the student and the student who laid his hands on the teacher would spread throughout the entire Kaihai Academy, adding an unsightly stroke to their wonderful lives. The two of them are in despair. They can only run as fast as they can to vent their frustrations. Chapter 931. Saikai Academy High School Grade 1 Class B. Ha! Sitting in his seat, Gu Qing yawned listlessly, causing his originally tired face to look even more tired, making him look unexpectedly powerless. It couldn't be helped. As a vampire, even with the exaggerated title of World's Strongest, vampires were still nocturnal creatures. Gu Qing wasn't good at dealing with the day, and now it was even more so. This was also the reason why he often put on a lazy expression. Recently, Koju hasn't been able to get a good night's sleep due to his sister's abnormal behavior. Even though he asked Kotori and Yukaina to take care of her, Koju still couldn't relax. He was exhausted and yawned all day long to express his frustration and tiredness. I wonder how Koju and Yukaina are doing. Did they take care of Nagisa? Koju's eyelids drooped as he laid on the table like a corpse. Forget it, it's useless for me to worry here. I'll just leave it all to Five River and the others. Gu Qing licked his dry lips and pulled up the hood of his jacket to cover his head. I should catch up on some sleep before class starts. If I doze off in class, Natsuki-chan won't let me off. Just like that, Gu Qing suppressed the restlessness in his heart and calmed them down. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. But because of this, Ancient City's hearing was completely open. The conversations of the classmates around him also entered his ears, making him extremely annoyed. Just as he was about to use the hoodie to cover his ears, a voice rang out, causing him to move. He paused fiercely. Hey, did you hear? The middle school department is in chaos. Ah, I heard it's pretty big. What's wrong? You don't know? I went to the cafeteria. What happened? Then you'll miss a good show. You don't know. You don't know something big happened in the middle school department. Yeah, I heard about it too. A middle school student is pursuing his own teacher. Is that so? Why did I hear that a teacher made a move on her student? No, it's a group of students who are pursuing that teacher. Huh? Didn't that teacher elope with a student in his class and then get hunted down by the students in his class? That's not it. It's the entire middle school department. They're all chasing that teacher. What's going on? Obviously, the truth has been distorted by the rumors spread by so many mouths. Koju, who was lying on the table, heard the discussion. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. There was no reason for this premonition, and it had just popped up in his heart. Originally, Gu Qing had thought that it was just an illusion. However, that ominous premonition kept ringing in his heart like an alarm bell. Sensing this premonition, Gu Qing, who had never believed in his sixth sense, started to pay attention to it. The following conversation confirmed his premonition was confirmed his premonition. You guys talked so much but you didn't say who the teacher is? I think it's a teacher from the 3rd grade of the middle school. Which class is he from? 3rd grade C class's liberal arts teacher. My little brother is in the class next door. He's called Wu Yan. That student? What's his name? Nagisa. Nagisa? Is it Koju's sister? Hearing this, Gu Qing lost his composure. Gu Qing stood up and ran towards the group of people who were chatting. He grabbed the person who had just spoken with a ferocious expression. Is what you just said true? I don't know. He was shocked by Koju's ferocious expression. He stammered, I heard it from my little brother. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be faking it, Gu Qing let go of his collar and ran out as if his life depended on it. He ran madly towards the junior high department, cursing as he ran. Bastard. That vampiric teacher, did he really make a move on Nagisa? Doesn't he have a little sister? Is Nagisa acting strangely because of that vampiric teacher? Thinking up to this point, Gu Qing felt an inexplicable rage burning in his heart. His heart that was obsessed with his sister almost shattered into pieces. Just as Gu Qing ran out of the high school building and was about to enter the junior high school building, a silver spear flashing with a cold light suddenly attacked him, cutting through the space in front of him. Gu Qing was shocked and immediately stopped his running steps. Who is it? Gu Qing raised his head warily and looked at the person who wielded the silver spear. He was stunned by what he saw. Kimura? Someone. Was Yukaina. Yukaina pointed the silver spear in her hand at Koju with a tense expression. Senpai, from now on, you're not allowed to take a step forward. Koju was stunned. What? Why? Yukina's tense face collapsed, and she revealed a mischievous smile. I want to know why. What kind of answer is that? What's going on? Anyway. Yukaina regained her composure. Senpai, stay here. How is that possible? Koju shouted. Nagisa is facing the greatest danger in her life. I have to save her. Then Senpai. Yukaina turned the silver spear in her hand with a dangerous expression. You have to get past me first. Why did it turn out like this? Koju roared at Snowy. He felt like he was going crazy. If that's the case, don't even think about stopping me, Kimura. Koju charged at Yukaina without hesitation. From now on, this is my battle. No, Senpai. Yukaina waved her spear and charged at Koju. This is our battle. Driven by his obsession with his sister, the 4th true ancestor, Koju, finally made a move against his watcher for the first time. Koju, on the other hand, seemed to be fighting the senpai who wanted to protect his sister's happiness. In the distance, Kotori nodded in satisfaction as she watched this scene. She was the one who ordered Yukaina to stop Koju. At the same time, on the roof of the middle school department. Huff, huff. Leaning against the only door, Wu Yan and Nagisa gasped for air, fear still lingering in their hearts. Being chased by all the students in the middle school department, that's a lot of pressure. Plus, she kept asking if they are dating. Even Wu Yan, the true ancestor of vampires, felt exhausted, let alone the sickly Nagisa. It's over, it's over. Nagisa hugged her head in pain. The whole school knows about it now, what should I do? Haha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. I should be the one saying that. Inexplicably he was given a lunchbox, inexplicably fed, inexplicably pulled up to exercise, and inexplicably chased by all the students in the junior high school. Wu Yan felt wronged. It's all Kotori-chan's fault. Nagisa stomped her foot angrily. You said you were going to help me, but I don't even know where she went. Kotori? Wu Yan froze. He looked at Nagisa. You're talking about Kotori? Could it be that everything you did today was ordered by Kotori? Nagisa's expression froze. She realized she shouldn't have said that. Wu Yan understood something when he saw Nagisa's expression. He sighed speechlessly. Looks like it's true, really? Don't blame Kotori-chan. Nagisa defended herself. She did it to help me. Help you? Wu Yan blinked. He asked in confusion. Help you with what? Help me? Help me? Help me? Nagisa didn't know what to do. Her face turned red. What did she do to help you? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He sensed something terrible happened. He moved his face closer to Nagisa. Tell me. Otherwise, I'll have to kiss you again. Kiss, 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 kiss. Nagisa's face turned red when she saw Wu Yan's face. Her eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground. And no way. Exclamations reverberated throughout Tiantai. Chapter 932. Saikai Academy Infirmary. Seriously. Sighing, Wu Yan sat on the side of the bed and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Since you know that your body isn't very good, why are you still running so happily? What can I do? Nagisa shrunk her head in embarrassment. She huffed. Someone was chasing me, so I had to run. I didn't know I would faint from anemia. You still know how to run. Wu Yan puckered an eyebrow and he knocked Nagisa's head. Then why didn't you run when the orcs attacked? Aya-sensei, you're so naughty. Nagisa blushed. Wu Yan's words reminded her of what happened that day. To be more precise, she recalled that kiss. She pretended to rub her aching head in a displeased manner. You know Nagisa has that illness. Fine, fine. Wu Yan pursed his lips and he looked to the side. His face started twitching. Kotori. Why are you here? Yes, in the infirmary, Kotori and Yukaina were standing beside the bed for a while. Wu Yan was sitting beside the bed and Nagisa was lying on the bed. I heard Nagisa-chan fainted, so I came to check on her. Yukaina lowered her head. She explained in a slightly panicked tone. Wu Yan got a headache when he heard her explanation. Nagisa fainted 20 minutes ago and Wu Yan was the only one who saw her faint. Where did Yukaina hear about Nagisa's fainting? Wu Yan rubbed his brows. He knew he couldn't get anything out of Yukaina, so he turned to Kotori. What about you? Could it be that he also heard that Nagisa had fainted and rushed over? I just came here for a visit. I met Yukaina. So we came over together. Kotori crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked boldly, Is there a problem? No. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He shrugged his shoulders. Then he turned to face the person opposite him. Looking at the things that entered his eyes, he felt even more powerless. Then why are you here, ancient city? Or in this state? Nothing. Gu Qing replied. It was clear that he was being perfunctory. However, Wu Yan didn't care about this. In any case, he couldn't get anything out of the previous two. This was probably the same. What Wu Yan cared about was Gu Cheng's current image. How should I put it? His face was bruised and swollen and one of his eyes was half black. There was a tissue stuck in his nose, and his cheeks were full of bruises. Not only that, but his clothes were also in tatters. Apart from his jacket and pants, which were still intact, the clothes under his jacket had been successfully turned into strips of cloth. It was as if he had just gone through a very difficult battle. He was in an extremely sorry state. Of course, this wasn't the real problem. With Gu Cheng's identity as a vampire ancestor, his wounds would heal in minutes. Because of this, Gu Cheng kept his back to Nagisa. He didn't let her see his rapidly healing face. However, from the moment he entered the infirmary, he had a regretful expression. As for who this expression is directed at, you can see from Wu Yan's twitching face that it is directed at Akatsuki. I didn't offend you, right? Wu Yan was speechless. Koju stayed silent for a bit before continuing to stare at Wu Yan with a lingering spirit emoji. Wu Yan felt uncomfortable, so he shifted his gaze to Nagisa. He had no choice but to change the topic. By the way, Nagisa, is your body that weak? Wu Yan blinked. You don't look surprised that you fainted? Nagisa's smile faded. She smiled bitterly after a moment of silence. Yeah, Nagisa's body has always been weak in the past. I often fainted, so I'm used to it. At the side, Gu Qing retracted his expression of regret and lowered his head in heartache as he spoke softly. We were once involved in a terrorist attack. Nagisa almost died because of that incident. The reason we came to Itagami Island is so that Nagisa can receive treatment here. But since then, Nagisa's body has always been weak. She fainted from time to time. Hearing Gu Cheng's words, everyone present fell silent, and the atmosphere in the air became slightly heavier. Realizing this, Gu Cheng pulled himself together and hurriedly added, "But I'm much better now. It's been a long time since I fainted." Kotori and Yukina's expressions lightened up. Wu Yen looked at Nagisa and he sighed. Then, did Nagisa's phobia of demons start at that time as well? Gu Cheng hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in response. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood. The culprit of that terrorist attack should be the demon race. Aya, don't be so listless. Nagisa couldn't stand the atmosphere. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. Isn't Nagisa full of energy now? She's running around all day. She can even join the cheerleading squad, participate in the sports day. She's very active in PE class. She's no longer a problem. Running around all day is no problem? Wu Yen pulled a long face and looked at Nagisa with a half smile. Then who was the one who fainted from anemia after running around for a while? That's different. Nagisa laughed awkwardly, but she quickly added with an unconvinced expression. Compared to Kanon-chan, I'm already doing very well. Kanon-chan? Kotori, Yukaina, and Gu Cheng were stunned. Kanon-chan? Wu Yen flinched and his expression changed. Nagisa. Wu Yen looked at Nagisa and frowned. The Kanon-chan you're talking about, is her full name Kanon Kanase? Oh? Do you know Kanon-chan sensei? Nagisa tilted her head to the side in confusion. That shouldn't be. Kanon-chan was already gone before you came. Gone? Wu Yen was shocked. What do you mean? Is that Kanon-chan from our school? She's in our class? Oh. No wonder sensei didn't know. Oh, Yukina-chan is the same. Nagisa smiled when she saw Yukina's confused expression. Kanon-chan is a student in our class. Is there such a person in our class? Yukaina was confused. I've never heard of her, of course. Nagisa nodded. Kanon-chan and Yukina-chan both took a long leave of absence before the teachers came to teach and before Yukina-chan transferred to our school. I see. Yukaina nodded. Took a long leave. Wu Yen rubbed his chin and asked Nagisa. Why did she take a long leave? Why? I heard he has a serious illness that requires treatment. He's been asking for leave since a while ago. Nagisa said with a bright smile. So compared to Kanon-chan, Nagisa is already doing very well. I rarely ask for leave. Nagisa exclaimed and clapped her hands as if she remembered something. By the way, I remember that Kanon-chan should be coming back to school in a few days. Nagisa turned around and shouted excitedly at Yukaina. Hey Yukina-chan, let's go buy something tonight. We'll give it to Kanon-chan as a gift when she comes back. Also, introduce Kanon-chan to Yukina-chan, she's a nice person. I got it. Yukaina couldn't keep up with Nagisa's words. Wu Yen, who was in deep thought, raised his head. Nagisa, can you introduce me to Kane-san as well? Hello. Introduce her to sensei? Nagisa looked at Wu Yen in surprise. Then she thought of something and she puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes turned ferocious. Sensei, are you going to do something to Kanon-chan? What the hell are you thinking? Wu Yen almost choked. I'm just curious. Nagisa looked at Wu Yen suspiciously, but she agreed. All right then. Wu Yen flashed a faint smile, but his eyes are wavering. Chapter 933. Sci-Hi Academy has been very lively recently, very lively, because of a hot topic, teacher-student romance. It must be said that in the complicated and boring academic life, this kind of gossip was one of the few pastimes that the students had in school. This was especially so when it was filled with explosive news. It was extremely popular among the students. As a result, the big commotion that occurred in the middle school department that day was now known by everyone. At least, that's how it is in Sci-Hi Academy. Originally, many students of Sci-Hi Academy didn't believe this rumor. After all, there was a lot of gossip every year. However, most of it was groundless and exaggerated. To be honest, in the hearts of the students, a relationship between a teacher and a student was something that wasn't likely to happen. For example, Natsuki was 26 years old today. Among all the teachers in Sci-Hi Academy, she was considered one of the younger ones. However, among her students, the oldest one was not even 18 years old yet. There was an age gap of more than 8 years between them. To date a woman who was 8 years older than oneself, excluding the long-lived demons, was there such an example in reality? Perhaps it was in some unknown corner, but it was definitely not widely known. After all, with such a gap, It was impossible for a man and a woman to get along with each other. How could there be love? Of course, this statement was not certain, but it could be confirmed for the most part. Even the age gap between the teachers and students of the high school was so big, let alone the middle school teachers. Therefore, when they first heard this rumor, apart from those who witnessed it or participated in it, not many were willing to believe it. Until not long after. A few photos spread in Saihai Academy and the students had no choice but to believe it. Those photos are of Nagisa feeding Wu Yan. As the saying goes, a photo proves the truth. In the current era of magic and technology, this saying isn't very convincing. However, it depends on the situation. It was more than enough to use photos to prove a hot gossip topic. This time, the students in Kaihai Academy were interested. Under the constant inquiry and dissemination, the matter of that day gradually spread, and the teacher-student relationship was gradually accepted. The Wu Yan is on fire, Nagisa is on fire, 3rd grade C class is on fire, even Koji's class is on fire. Many students would take advantage of their free time to see the protagonists of teacher-student relationships, including those from the high school. Naturally, the corridor of grade 3 class C's classroom was often the most lively when classes were over. Both the high school and middle school students crowded here to see the main characters in the teacher-student romance. Perhaps they could even see them being intimate? Many students came to the 3rd grade C class with such thoughts. Gu Qing was one of them who came every day. As for whether or not this matter would cause any trouble to the people involved, they didn't consider it carefully. One can only say that Wu Yan and Nagisa had a hard time in the past 2 days. Disregarding everything else, just Nagisa. She had been blocked by people many times, and similarly she had been surrounded and watched many times. As Nagisa was an easygoing and cheerful person, she had a lot of friends in school. There were even more people who were familiar with her. After something like this happened, these people who were close to her naturally went to pester Nagisa. If they didn't start, Nagisa wouldn't be used to it. After all, she was still a girl. She couldn't help but feel shy when someone asked her about love. However, whether it was because she was pushed too hard or because she was used to it, Nagisa felt like a fish in water towards the end. The students only wanted to get information from Nagisa, but they forgot that Nagisa was a chatterbox. As a result, the attacking students retreated one after another. As for Wu Yan, "You can't do this, Wu Yan, sensei." Sasasaki Misaki put one hand on her waist and raised a finger. She looked down at Wu Yan, who is sitting in front of her like she's educating him. "How can you attack your own student? Nagisa is still so young. Why does everyone think I was the one who attacked Nagisa?" Wu Yan hugged his head. He couldn't accept the fact that this is happening to him. "Nagisa really wanted to feed me that day. I just accepted." Nagasaki Misaki tilted her head and waved her hand with a smile. "Era, you won't be able to deny it at a time like this. I say, are you here to condemn me or are you here to make fun of me?" Wu Yan flipped the table in his mind as he yelled like a madman. "I said you guys misunderstood." Instantly, the teachers who were watching the show gave him suspicious looks. Obviously, they didn't believe Wu Yan's words at all, including Sasasaki Misaki. Haha. Wu Yan saw everyone's reaction. He gave up and leaned on the table. He said weakly, "Forget it, do whatever you want." The teachers giggled in unison. For a moment, the whole office was filled with laughter. Wu Yan was annoyed by the laughter. At this moment, at the door of the teacher's office, a voice echoed along with a knock on the door. Is Sensei Wu Yan here?" Hearing this voice, everyone in the office turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Immediately, they were all stunned, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. Feeling that something is wrong, Wu Yan quickly straightened his back and looked towards the direction of the office door. When he saw the figure of the person coming in, he bitterly smiled. "Nagisa Jijua, it's you?" It was Nagisa and Jijua. "What is it, you don't look happy?" Nagisa didn't mind Wu Yan's identity as a sensei. She acted like she's familiar with Wu Yan. "Are you disappointed to see us?" "No, it's not that." Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. He glanced at Sasasaki Misaki, who was grinning at him before he ran away. The smile on his face is almost twisted in anger. "She's here to make fun of me? Sensei, you look tired." Yakaina asked thoughtfully. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Wu Yan patted his face to force himself to recover. He said to the two girls, "What's wrong? Do you need something from me?" "Oh." Nagisa pursed her lips and smiled brightly as usual. "Didn't you ask us to introduce Kanan-chan to you when she comes back, Sensei?" "Kanan-chan? Wu Yan paused. When he remembered, his eyes lit up. You mean Kanace Cannon? Umph. Nagisa didn't answer. She humphed proudly and shouted at the door. Cannon-chan, you can come in now. When he heard Nagisa's voice, Wu Yan looked at the door. At the same time, a figure walked in from outside. In an instant, the entire office seemed to light up. Wu Yan's eyes flickered when he saw the figure walking in. In the end, he lost focus. What appeared in front of him was a young girl. She was an extremely beautiful young girl. She was wearing a short-sleeved Saikai Academy uniform with a black high-collared long-sleeved shirt underneath. Her hair was the same as Yukina's, hanging down to her shoulders. The only difference was that on the left side of her hair, she tied a small braid with a black knot on it, adding a bit of freshness to her image. However, her hair was silver in color, and her eyes were a crystal-like blue. She's about the same age as Nagisa and Yukaina, about 14 or 15 years old. She's about the same height as Nagisa and Yukaina. However, she's unusually slender. She's young and immature, but her curves are alluring. At this moment, there was a peaceful smile on the young girl's face, giving people an inconceivable feeling of sacredness and tranquility. That kind of holy and noble temperament made people's eyes light up, and they were immersed in this extraordinary temperament, unable to extricate themselves. Princess? No. She can only be described as an angel. That's the only way to bring out her beauty. Chapter 934. It seemed that even the rest of the teachers were attracted by the figure in front of them. For a moment, no one opened their mouth to speak. The air was filled with an atmosphere of silence, and the surroundings were silent. It wasn't until Kanace Cannon walked in front of him that Wu Yan finally reacted. He couldn't help but praise her without thinking. What a beautiful girl. Nagisa and the others didn't expect this to happen. Kanace Cannon didn't know what to do. She might have an unusual appearance, but she doesn't seem to be used to such compliments. She smiled shyly. Thank you, sensei. Well, I'm just stating the truth. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and smiled. So, you must be Kanace? Yes. Yes. Folding her hands in front of her chest, Kanace Cannon performed a standard salute. I am Kanace Cannon. I took a long leave so I wasn't in class. I will resume my studies from today onwards. Sorry for the inconvenience. Inconvenience? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. I'm just a liberal arts teacher, not a class teacher. Why would I be inconvenienced? I only found out about your existence yesterday. Speaking of which, I have failed in my duty. No, it's all my fault. All right. You two stop being so polite. Nagisa interrupted the two and glared at Wu Yan. Sensei, we're here, can you not ignore us? Ah, sorry. Wu Yan laughed. He said to Nagisa, Kanace is too pretty. That's why I fell for her. Kanace Natsuan lowered her head shyly, and for some reason, Nagisa's expression became slightly unhappy. Even Yukaina is looking at Wu Yan with an odd look. She looked at him with disdain. You're right. How could a sensei let go of such a cute girl? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm a pervert. Wu Yan protested. I just felt a sense of closeness because Kanace looks like someone I know. Indeed. Kanace Cannon's aura is too pure and holy. Her angelic aura is too similar to Ikaro's, who has been quietly giving her all by Wu Yan's side for so long. Even though they're very different in appearance, the two of them are like goddesses who fell from the sky. Noble, holy, and pitiful. Any normal guy would want to protect a girl like that. Ikaros is the closest person to Wu Yan, so it's only natural that she would pay attention to Kanace Cannon. From Nagisa and Yukina's point of view, Wu Yan is bullshitting. Their disdain for Wu Yan deepened. Sensei. Yukaina looked at Wu Yan. This method of flirting is too old-fashioned. Yeah. Nagisa put her hands on her hips and said angrily. How can you do that to your own student? How lame. Yukaina raised an eyebrow and laughed. Do you have the right to say that? Cannon, on the other hand, seems to be convinced by Wu Yan's words. Maybe it's out of curiosity or maybe it's out of surprise. She flicked her hair and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Sensei, do you know someone who looks like me? It's no wonder Kanace Cannon reacted this way. She's an oddity here, be it her hair color or her looks, she's too Western. It's not that she doesn't believe Wu Yan's words, she's just a bit surprised. It's true. Wu Yan bitterly laughed. He took out his phone and he clicked on one of the photos in his photo album. He showed Nagisa and the others his phone. Look, don't you think their auras are similar? Ikaros is still wearing her Spalier World Academy uniform. Her eyes are closed and her hands are clasped in front of her chest. She looks like she's praying. The background of the photo was a starry night sky. On the upper left corner was a bright full moon, surrounded by stars. Ikaros was leaning sideways, exposing the left side of her face. Her pink hair seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Coupled with the dazzling background, the entire photo was like a work of art. Thus, the image of a holy maiden praying to the moon in the middle of the starry sky was presented to Nagisa, Yukaina, and Kanace Kanon. So beautiful. Nagisa and Yukaina were stunned when they saw the photo on their phone. Their faces were filled with awe. Isn't that so? Wu Yen raised his head and smiled proudly. Look at the person in the photo, doesn't she look like Yanasi-san? Indeed. Nagisa and Yukaina didn't doubt him anymore. She's as pretty as Kanace-chan and she has an aura too. I didn't think Sensei would know someone so beautiful. Kanace Kanon was a little stunned, but she was still in disbelief. She wasn't very confident, so she didn't think she could be compared to the beautiful girl in the photo. However, it's undeniable that Ikaros is more charming and has a better figure than Kanace Kanon. However, there's not much difference between the two in terms of aura. It's really beautiful. Kanace Natsuya commented and touched her hair regretfully. I thought Sensei was referring to her appearance. There's someone who looks like you too, Wu Yen said. He tapped on his phone and brought up another picture. He showed it to the three girls. Look, the resemblance is huge, right? This time it was Fei Fei who had appeared on the screen. Speaking of which, Fei Fei's picture was taken by Wu Yen in secret. Fei Fei isn't someone close to him, she wouldn't know about something like a phone. If Wu Yen went to Fei Fei and asked to take a picture, Fei Fei would probably think the phone is some kind of evil armament that can intimidate the soul and body of a person. Fei Fei didn't intentionally pose in the photo. She was focused on wiping Night Elf and the background was a room in the Fatal Forest headquarters. Compared to Ikaros, Fei Fei's photo wasn't as beautiful, but she looked like a valiant and beautiful female knight, closer to life. A moment ago she was a holy angel and now she's a heroic knight. The visual impact made Nagisa, Yukaina, and Kanace Kanon feel unreal. It's true. Silver hair and a similar face. Yukaina sighed. But her temperament is different. Yeah. Kanace Kanon nodded. Seems like a very reliable person. Nagisa looked at Wu Yen strangely. I didn't expect Sensei to know so many beautiful people. I know a lot of people. How long have you known me? Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Nagisa and put away his phone. Wu Yen looked at Kanace Kanon and smiled. Anyways, I'm looking forward to your guidance in the future. I'm the one. Kanace Kanon lowered her head and bowed. Thank you, Sensei. Alright, that's all for the introductions. Nagisa grabbed Kanace Kanon's hand and smiled at Wu Yen. Sensei, you have to take care of Kanon-chan. We'll be going back to the classroom. Go. Wu Yen shook his head and he waved his hand helplessly. Nagisa giggled and she dragged Kanace Natsuan out of the office. Yukaina chased after them in a hurry. The three of them left the office and they disappeared from the sight of the other teachers. Wu Yen stared at the direction where Nagisa and the others disappeared. To be more precise, he was staring at the direction where Kanace Kanon disappeared. His eyes flashed with an unknown light. He seemed to be deep in thought. This scene was maintained for a long time. Chapter 935. Okay, it's all here. She tidied up the documents and handed them to Wu Yen. Sasasaki heaved a sigh of relief and stretched her back. It's not easy to find my old documents. Luckily, I have a habit of stacking everything on my desk. Is that a habit to be proud of? Wu Yen sighed as he looked at the messy desk. He waved his hand at Sasasaki Hajime. But I still have to thank you. You did me a big favor. It's not a big deal, it's just finding out the student's information. Sasasaki giggled and her eyes turned flirtatious. Speaking of which, why are you looking for Kanace's information? Don't tell me she's your next target? Sasasaki was shocked by her own guess. That won't do, Wu Yen sensei. Don't you already have Nagisa? In your heart, am I the kind of person who only looks for cute female students to make a move on? Wu Yen laughed awkwardly. By the way, didn't you tell me not to lay a finger on Nagisa? Why are you saying you have Nagisa now? Haha, don't mind it. Is that so? I think I should. Just as Wu Yen was about to retort, a voice mercilessly cut him off. A faint ripple appeared in front of Wu Yen and Sasasaki Misaki. A parasol appeared in front of Wu Yen and Sasasaki Misaki. Natsuki walked out with a fan in her hand. Natsuki-sensei. Sasasaki was shocked. Natsuki-sensei. Wu Yen looked at Natsuki in shock before teasing her. Why are you here in our shabby office? Sasasaki laughed out loud when she heard Wu Yen. That's right. Compared to Natsuki's luxurious personal office, their public office was indeed shabby. I just happened to have something to do. Nayu raised her delicate and expressionless face and made a sound similar to a hum from her throat. I heard someone was hunting a new target. I was a bit surprised. I can't tell you're surprised at all. Wu Yen retorted without holding back. Also, I didn't target my own student. Oh. Natsuki showed a subtle smile. She said to Wu Yen, I only said someone was hunting a new target, I didn't say it was a student. Wu Yen choked on his own words. Ahaha. Sasasaki giggled when she saw Wu Yan's deflated look. You two seem to have a good relationship. Wu Yen-sensei, why don't you stop targeting your own student? Go chase after Natsuki-sensei. If you want, I can tell you what Natsuki-sensei likes. Shut up. Natsuki glanced at Sasasaki and said viciously. You stupid dog. Era. Sasasaki smiled nonchalantly. Natsuki-sensei, you're not being honest again. Isuke, I shouldn't have come here. Seeing a stupid dog like you makes me unhappy. Hee. He looked at the two girls, one big and one small, cursing at each other. No, one is cursing while the other is giggling. Wu Yen felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped them. Natsuki-sensei, why are you here? Wu Yen paused for a moment and glanced at Natsuki. You're still dressed like this. Today, Natsuki had changed from her usual black appearance to a white dress. Although the style was similar to her black dress, Natsuki was wearing a white dress. However, it made the eyes of those who saw it light up. In addition, with a head of long straight black hair hanging on top of her head, the perfect combination of black and white added a lot of visual impact. Natsuki raised her eyebrows and a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. So, you're the type who pays attention to how girls dress? That's why I said. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. In your heart. What do you think of me? Wu Yen-sensei, you don't know about this, right? Sasasaki moved closer to Wu Yen and smiled. Natsuki-sensei is happy. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Stupid dog. The smile in Natsuki's eyes disappeared. She said viciously, but she couldn't hide the helplessness in her eyes. It seems like she doesn't know what to do with Sasasaki either. Let's not waste any more time. Natsuki looked at Wu Yen. She wanted to end this quickly and leave. Come with me. Natsuki sounded like she was arresting a criminal. Wu Yen was taken aback. Where are we going? Natsuki pursed her lips and turned around. A troublesome place. Itagami Island, central area. There is a tall building that looks like a pyramid. It's the tallest building on Itagami Island and also the most important place on the island. This building was connected to the 4 floating structures that made up Itagami Island. It played an important role in the construction of the island. Itagami Island is a man-made island that floats on the ocean. As a man-made island, Itagami Island is heavily affected by the ocean currents and waves. Due to the lack of a foundation, the island will distort and vibrate when it is affected by the ocean currents and waves. Part of the distortions and vibrations are absorbed by this building that is connected to the 4 floating structures that make up Itagami Island. Without this building, the 4 regions of Itagami Island would have collided with each other under the influence of the ocean currents and winds, or even be destroyed in an instant. One could only imagine how important this building was. That's why this building is called the Cornerstone Gate. Inside the Cornerstone Gate, there are many high-level organizations, state-owned hotels, and commercial establishments. The Cornerstone Gate is an important part of Itagami Island's operations. It even extends through the island to the bottom of Itagami Island. There are more than 40 floors of artificial island management facilities. This was the troublesome place that Natsuki was talking about. Taking the elevator with Natsuki, they descended to the underground facility. The elevator stopped when it reached the 10th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Natsuki walked into the dark tunnel ahead without saying a word. She walked deeper into the tunnel without saying a word. It was indeed very dark here. It was so dark that if Nayu's clothes were still black, her figure would have been assimilated by the darkness. Perhaps it was because of this that Nayu had changed into clothes of the opposite color. After walking for some time they finally saw light. At the same time, "Yo, Natsuki-chan." A seemingly intimate voice sounded from the front. It was calling Nayu's name in a very affectionate manner. However, when Nayu heard this voice, she clicked her tongue unhappily. "Don't add Chan" behind the class teacher's name. As she spoke, Natsuki stared at the figure standing in the light in front of her. It was a young man with short, spiky hair. He was wearing a simple shirt and trousers, and he had a pair of headphones around his neck. He had a confident smile on his face, and he was standing in the only light in the dark tunnel. For a moment, there seemed to be a very special temperament coming from him. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes when he saw this person while walking alongside Natsuki. It's not that Wu Yen knows him, it's because he's wearing a simple outfit, but it's the uniform of Saikai Academy. This person was from Kaihai Academy. Wu Yen sighed when this thought flashed through his mind. As expected, Saikai Academy is a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Oh. The short-haired young man only noticed Wu Yen now. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is this the male lead of our school's recent scandal? His partner is Gu Cheng's little sister. You have good taste, although the age difference is a bit lacking. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. He ignored the short-haired young man and looked at Natsuki. Can I beat him up? Natsuki's eyes lit up and she smiled. Go ahead. Wait. I was just joking. Don't be so serious. The short-haired young man quickly begged for mercy. Natsuki snorted. Chapter 936. Isn't it time to get down to business? Motoki yes. Natsuki spoke with an expressionless face and a hint of displeasure in her voice. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated in front of that stupid dog. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he heard Natsuki's words. He recovered, but he was still complaining in his mind. Natsuki, aren't you the one who kept humiliating me? Sorry, I can't do anything about it. The short-haired boy, the one Natsuki called Yase Motoki, didn't look apologetic at all. He looked at the light in front of him and he gestured with his chin. Wu Yan and Natsuki turned around to look at the light in front of them. Wu Yan, Natsuki, and Motoki Yase are standing in a dark tunnel. There is a large glass window in front of them. The light is coming from inside the window. Through the glass window there was a room that was not much different from a hospital's operating room. The room was surrounded by expensive and sophisticated machines. They looked like they were used for medical treatment or research, or perhaps both. There were lights flashing on them and the sound of them running indicated that they were working. In the center of the machines there was a bed, a sick bed, and a young girl was lying on top of the sick bed. She was about 10 years old and one could tell at a glance that she was very young. However, the young girl was currently in a deep sleep, and she had suffered quite serious injuries. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, and there was a large red patch on the side of her abdomen. It is obvious that it was stained by blood. Seeing this scene, it was believed that many people would think that this place was giving the girl very strict treatment in an attempt to heal her injuries, and this was indeed the case. However, he was only half right. That was because, for some unknown reason, the hands and feet of the girl who was covered in wounds were firmly locked down by heavy metal tools. A strange atmosphere permeated between the three of them. Wu Yen couldn't help but notice the inexplicable scene in front of him. He frowned and looked at Natsuki. Aren't you going to explain? 2 nights ago, something happened in the western district of Itagami Island. Natsuki explained without beating around the bush. The specific content is that 2 unregistered demons with very powerful fighting strength were engaged in an attack and defense battle for a long time in the sky above the city block, which affected the surrounding area and the surrounding buildings of the battleground. They suffered heavy losses and some of them were even injured. Natsuki tapped the fan in her hand and pointed at the young girl. This person is one of the 2 demons who have yet to register. A battle between 2 unregistered demons? It affected the surrounding buildings? Wu Yen rubbed his chin and he looked into the room. I didn't expect that this young woman would have such a strong fighting strength. Yizichin thought to himself. She is more than strong. Motoki Yase shrugged. They fought in the sky above the city without any disguise. If it weren't for the fact that the one in front of us was seriously injured, we wouldn't even have been able to capture one of them. Even the guards couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yen paused for a bit before he asked. If that's the case, why didn't they send out the attack demon commander? Yes. They're on the move. Motoki Yase smiled and put his hands in his pockets, but his face was full of helplessness. But they couldn't do anything about it. That's why they asked Natsuki-chan for help. Don't use the word chan behind your teacher's name. Natsuki reflexively retorted, but her gaze was fixed on the young girl inside the room. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. She's an unregistered demon? I can't tell what race she is. Oh, that. She's a little weak. Motoki Yase scratched his head. According to the judgment of the management community, this person is not a demon. Not a demon? Wu Yen and Natsuki were shocked. Natsuki frowned. You mean she's an overachiever? Or an attack demon commander? No. No. Yase Motoki shook his head and said, she is an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Natsuki smiled sarcastically. You mean to say that there are two ordinary people who can fly to the city and fight in the sky, and they even destroyed a lot of the surrounding buildings? Yes. I don't want to admit it. Motoki shrugged and said helplessly, but that's the truth. Natsuki finally turned her head and looked at Moki Yase. When she was sure that he wasn't joking, her expression changed slightly. So, did you find anything? A little? Just a little bit. Yase Motoki said seriously. That girl's body has traces of using a technique. I think she must have been modified to have that kind of combat power. Wu Yen, who had been quietly looking inside, suddenly raised his head, his wine-red eyes rippled. When he heard the word modification, he had a flash of inspiration. It's like there's something he needs to pay attention to. Once he grasps the inspiration, it will be beneficial to him. However, that flash of inspiration only lasted for a split second. By the time Wu Yen reacted to it, he was already clueless and couldn't think of anything else. It was also at this moment that a voice that sounded very innocent, very pleasant to the ears, and also abnormally annoying, entered the ears of everyone present. Hey, isn't this interesting? At the end of the dark passage, there was a series of footsteps. A figure walked out and stopped in front of everyone. Motoki Yase was shocked when he saw the figure. He took a step back. Wu Yen and Natsuki frowned. Their eyes were filled with disgust. As for the newcomer, his expression was the opposite of Wu Yen and Natsuki's. His eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Wu Yen. Yo, long time no see. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Why are you still here? Vatler. Well, I'm a diplomat. Don't be so cold. Vatler had a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. Also, I'm here to bring you information. Shouldn't you at least welcome me? Can you hurry up if you have something to say? Wu Yen didn't hide his disgust. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from teaching you a lesson if you stay any longer. Motoki Yase was shocked when he heard that. Does this scandal sensei know who is standing in front of him? That's the vampire closest to a primogenitor. Isn't he afraid of getting killed for provoking him? Itagami Island will be in deep trouble if that happens. Vatler raised his head. He paused for a moment, then laughed. He laughed excitedly. This isn't bad either. Being able to fight with you is my greatest pleasure right now. Pleasure? Pleasure? Wu Yan's gaze turned cold. I can take that as you don't think you've been taught enough. Do you want to die again? It doesn't matter. Vatler had a cruel smile on his face, but his words made Moki and Natsuki unable to ignore them. I've already lost to you twice. One more time won't matter. Lost twice. Motoki Yase's expression changed. Natsuki Yase's gaze landed on Wu Yen. She was surprised. She knows that Wu Yen isn't as simple as he looks. The last time he went looking for Vatler, he probably fought him and defeated him. He even boasted that he could beat Vatler without using his familiars. But knowing was one thing, hearing it with her own ears was another. Natsuki was only a little surprised, but that was already good enough. If it had been someone who knew Vatler well, they would have been so shocked that their legs would have turned to jelly. Wu Yan's gaze turned colder and colder as he stared at Vatler. In the end, a surge of mana began to emanate from his body. Wu Yan's patience with Vatler is at its limit. Not bad. This is amazing. Vatler's face contorted into a sinister smile as he sensed the oppressive mana. At the same time, an equally terrifying mana slowly rose from his body. They clashed. Chapter 937. The magic power turned into a powerful force. and like two mountains that were rushing over, they collided with each other with a force that could not be separated by a hair's breadth. There was no sound, but Motoki Yase heard a loud roar in his ears. His mind went blank. Before he could react, a strong gust of wind blew from the center of the battle and hit his body. Umph! Motoki groaned as his body flew backward. When he was about to hit the glass window behind him, Natsuki suddenly appeared beside him and stopped him from flying backward. Motoki Yase only turned around when he felt the ground beneath his feet. He clutched his aching chest, his face full of horror. It was just a simple clash of mana, yet Yase Motoki was in such a sorry state. Motoki did not doubt Vatler's strength at all. After all, Vatler was a vampire second only to the true ancestor. However, Motoki did not expect the seemingly harmless gossip sensei to be so powerful. That's not the most important thing right now. The most important thing is. Looking around, Yase Motoki could see that the tunnel was about to collapse, and the glass windows of the infirmary were trembling as if they could shatter at any moment. Yase Motoki tried his best to shout at Natsuki, "Natsuki-chan, hurry up and stop them. There's no doubt the two of them are going to fight. If they release their familiars, this place will be destroyed. This is the cornerstone gate that supports the entire island. If the cornerstone gate is destroyed, Itagami Island will be finished." Even if the cornerstone gate wasn't destroyed, Motoki had no doubt that the two of them would be able to sink the entire Itagami Island if they went all out. When that happens, everything will be over. TCH. Natsuki pursed her lips in displeasure. She spoke to Wu Yen and Vatler. "You two. If you really want to fight, go to Snake Charmer's boat like you did last time. Don't cause me trouble here." Natsuki's voice wasn't loud. It was muffled by the shockwave. Motoki almost couldn't hear her. However, Wu Yen and Vatler, who were duking it out with their magic power, heard him. Immediately, the two of them hesitated for a moment before retracting their mana at the same time. Wu Yen and Vatler listened to Natsuki's words. After all, if they angered Natsuyu, it wouldn't be good for anyone. As the two of them retracted their mana, the violent storm gradually stopped. The scene once again returned to silence. "I'm sure now, Vatler." Wu Yen pursed his lips and turned around. "What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You rascal, you're so annoying." "Is that so?" Vatler closed his eyes nonchalantly and smiled. "I like you a lot." Wu Yen trembled. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to explode. He smiled bitterly at Natsuki. "Sorry, Natsuki, I was a little impulsive." "Don't mind it." Natsuki glanced at the smiling Vatler. "I feel the same way as you." Vatler maintained his smile despite the disgust of the two men. This guy was really annoying. "Don't say that. I'm really here to deliver information." Natsuki stared at Vatler for a moment before looking away. "Let me hear what you have to say." Vatler's smile widened as he looked in the direction of the treatment room. "The Nordic Kingdom, Aryatigia's Knights of the Holy Ring, has lost contact with them since yesterday." Motoki flinched when he heard Vatler's report. Wu Yen, who isn't familiar with the kingdom, is also flabbergasted. Natsuki tensed up when she heard Vatler's report. "You mentioned the kingdom of Aryatigia. Does this have something to do with the royal family?" "I don't know," Vatler replied casually. "I just feel that the timing of these two incidents is too coincidental." Natsuki frowned and went silent. Wu Yen crossed his arms and glanced at Vatler. "So, did you run over because you smelled the toy? Are you planning to interfere?" "How could that be?" Vatler shrugged with a smile. "I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. I have no intention of interfering." "You're not going to do anything?" Wu Yen aside, even Natsuki and Yase Motoki looked at Vatler suspiciously. None of them believed him. This guy was different from his handsome appearance. Inside he was a battle maniac. To the immortal Vatler, fighting powerful enemies was the best way to pass the time. At first, Wu Yen thought he was interested in the combat prowess of the two modified humans. Just like Nalakovra, he came here to kill some time. Who knew that he would get such an answer? "If you're not here for fun, then what are you here for?" Wu Yen looked at Vatler's face and sneered. "You're not going to say you're just here to deliver information, are you?" Vatler raised the corners of his mouth and smiled gracefully. "I just feel that doing this will make things more interesting." Wu Yan's lips twitched. "So you're saying you're more interested in watching from the sidelines?" "Well?" Vatler turned around and waved at Wu Yen. "Let's just say that for now. I've delivered the information, it's up to you to decide what to do." At this point, Vattler turned his head and spoke with a profound tone. Alright, let me give you a piece of advice. The enemy this time isn't as easy to deal with as the Black Death Emperor faction. Even Koju will die if he jumps in. With that, Vattler turned into a cloud of golden mist and disappeared from where he stood. That bastard. Wu Yan cursed. Don't be too calculative. Natsuki shook her head. Even if you're a vampire, you'll be pissed to death if you really get into a fight with that snake charmer. He has such a bad taste. Motoki walked over and he snuck a peek at Wu Yan. He asked Natsuki. Natsuki-chan, can we trust his words? Nayu's gaze shifted slightly as her eyes flashed. Although that snake charmer has a bad taste since he has said so much, his credibility should be very high. What do we do now? Natsuki pondered for a bit then looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan, I'll leave this matter to you. Ha! Wu Yan was stunned and he cried out in surprise. You want me to take care of it? Is there a problem? Natsuki said. You're an attack mage now, no longer an apprentice. Do you need me to take care of this matter? No, that's not it. Wu Yan scratched his face. Why don't you do it yourself? Didn't that snake charmer say that? Natsuki looked in the direction Vattler disappeared. Koju will die even if he jumps in. Rather than having me as a burden, it's better for you to take care of it yourself. Burden? Wu Yan was shocked. How are you a burden? Natsuki was silent. She lowered her head, her eyes flashed with bitterness. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I can't use my full strength in my current state. What did you say? Wu Yan frowned, he moved closer to Natsuki. I didn't hear you clearly. Anyway. Natsuki met Wu Yan's gaze and said in an unquestionable tone. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll deal with the missing airship. Answer me if you have any questions. Wu Yan bitterly smiled at Natsuki's emotionless face. Alright, I understand. Leave the matters here to me. Only then did Nayu relax and nod her head. Chapter 938. Itagami Island, Southern Residential District, Apartment. Flipping through the documents in his hand, he walked into the elevator and allowed the elevator to take him up. His wine-red eyes scanned the pages filled with runes. His brain spun rapidly as he memorized everything he saw. His eyes flashed with a pensive light. This was the information about the masked parasite that Moki Yase had just given him. Because there was no way to determine what kind of transformation the two unknown ordinary people had undergone to become like that and what kind of surgical method they had undergone to make them possess such powerful fighting strength, the people in charge of the artificial island management community had no way to determine their existence. However, no matter what kind of existences those two ordinary people had turned into, their forms were very similar. They wore revealing clothes made of fur that barely covered their breasts and lower body. They had a pair of glowing wings on their backs and strange masks on their faces. For the sake of convenience, they are known as the masked parasites. To Wu Yan's surprise, there are more than two masked parasites. Incidents like this where monsters of the same form fought each other to the death and affected the surroundings had happened many times recently. Every time a masked parasite was spotted in battle, the special district garrison would be dispatched. However, when they arrive at the scene, there is only a pile of rubble and a masked parasite that died not too long ago. As for the other masked parasite, it's nowhere to be seen. You can say that. The whole incident was filled with all kinds of mysteries. The management community did not even know what the masked parasites were, why they were killing each other, why two of them would always come out at a fixed time to fight to the death, and where the other masked parasite who won the fight had gone. There were all kinds of mysteries. None of them have been solved yet. If it weren't for the fact that the incidents happened very close to each other, and the fact that the special zone guards were dispatched in advance and arrived at the scene first, perhaps even the heavily injured masked parasite would have died after the incident. They wouldn't have had the chance to bring it back. Wu Yan looked at the documents again. The elevator door opened. He rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. He walked back to his house. Natsuki, that fellow really gave me a headache. If there are no accidents tonight, the masked parasites will appear again tonight. The masked parasites will continue to show up and Wu Yan's mission is to capture the two masked parasites alive before they get killed or injured. This made Wu Yan feel a lot more relaxed. Compared to looking at the clues in his hands and trying to uncover the truth of the case like a 10,000-year-old elementary school student, he's much better at catching the culprit before they make their move. Wu Yen wasn't sure how strong the two masked parasites were, but at his level there aren't many things he should be afraid of. If worst comes to worst, he can just use Yukari's Red Jade mode and crush them. Ever since Yukari reached Tier 9, Yukari can maintain her Red Jade mode for a long time. During the battle against the Beast King, Wu Yen could only maintain Yukari's Red Jade mode for 5 minutes. Now Yukari can maintain it for 10 minutes. With Yukari's terrifying strength, she could defeat a demigod Beast King in 5 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for Wu Yen to deal with a lot of situations. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit. Ignoring the information in his hands, he walked to his door and without using the key, he grabbed the doorknob. A small electric arc flashed in his hand and the door opened. Mikoto's ability is really suitable for invasion. It's only weaker than the spatial ability. His mind is filled with all sorts of meaningless thoughts. He walked into his house and closed the door. Just then, welcome back. I'm back. Wu Yen shot back. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something was wrong. Kotori would never say something as sweet and warm as welcome back to him. Usually she would only say something like, "What took you so long?" or "Too slow." This situation would only happen when she was in younger sister mode. Also, this voice doesn't belong to Kotori. His body froze for a moment before he turned around and looked at the source of the sound. Blood rushed to his head when he saw who it was. Up ahead, on the edge of the door sill, a petite girl stood there. She's wearing a red apron, her slender shoulders and snow-white thighs are exposed, you can even see her smooth back. At this moment she's standing there with her face so red that it's dripping blood. Her body is taut and her head is lowered. She doesn't even dare to look at Wu Yen with her big round eyes, she's full of shyness. That's because other than the red apron she's not wearing anything else. Yes, she's not wearing anything. Wu Yen stared blankly at the beautiful scenery in front of him. The documents in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't notice it. His eyes widened and his mouth turned into an O shape. The shock on his face is so vivid that he froze on the spot. TSK. Wu Yan's mouth opened and closed, he almost couldn't say a word. After 10 seconds of stuttering, a name came out of his mouth in disbelief. Nagisa, Sensei. Nagisa pursed her lips at the sight of Wu Yan's dumbstruck expression. She pressed down on the apron with both hands and curled into a ball. Her face was red and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She closed her eyes and yelled, "Don't keep staring over here." What are you doing?" Wu Yan ignored her and yelled back. "Why are you dressed like that?" Wu Yan's yell made Nagisa feel even more humiliated. She resisted the urge to run away. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. "I didn't want this to happen. 20 minutes ago." Nagisa sat up straight and stared at Kotori, who was standing in front of her and emitting a shocking aura. She felt uneasy. "Kotori-chan?" Nagisa called out to Kotori tentatively. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Nagisa, did I do something wrong?" Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Nagisa condescendingly. "The last battle was a failure? The last battle?" Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. She recalled something. "You mean, the battle with Sensei?" Kotori nodded her head slowly and forcefully. Her voice began to lower. "It was going well. If it continued, I could have confessed, but in the end." Kotori shook her head and said in disappointment, "You actually fainted." Ugh. Nagisa blushed. It seems the word confession was quite effective on her. Nagisa shrunk back and raised her hand weakly. "That didn't count as a failure, right? The plan was to feed Sensei, right? Nagisa did it." "Are you an idiot?" Kotori reprimanded. "The goal was to conquer Oniai-chan, but did you do it?" I only fed him." Nagisa said uneasily. "That was enough to conquer Sensei." "That's why I said you're an idiot." Kotori snorted and knocked Nagisa's head. "The goal was to conquer Sensei, but the real goal was to create an opportunity for you. Didn't you go up to the rooftop together? Seizing that opportunity, you could have taken him down in one go, but you fainted." "What could I have done?" Nagisa pouted. "Nagisa, I fainted." Sigh. Kotori sighed and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "In short, the last battle was a failure. This time you have to give it your all." "This time?" Nagisa gasped. "You mean we have to do it again?" "Of course." Kotori smiled mischievously and placed her hands on Nagisa's shoulders. "Don't worry, I'm prepared this time. You just have to follow the plan." Nagisa had a bad premonition. Reality proved that her premonition was correct. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.